Good morning everybody, and welcome to this meeting of Rother District Council's Planning Committee. Welcome to councillors, of course, and officers, and of course welcome to members of the public as well. I need to remind everybody that this is a meeting being held in public rather than a public meeting, and the public have speaking rights only in accordance with our rules, and those who are going to speak already know that, so I just issue that reminder as I do every time. Thank you. The first item on the agenda are to sign the minutes of the previous meeting. And am I authorised to do that? They've been circulated in advance. Yes? Thank you very much. Item number 2 are apologies for absence and substitutes. Julie.
Yes, just to advise that Councillor Ganley has given his apologies. Councillor John Barnes is standing in as his substitute today. And just to advise everybody that Councillor Mrs Barnes is coming in remotely today. She can obviously take part in the meeting, but she can't vote.
Thank you. And we're also joined remotely by Kemi, our Development Manager. Agenda item number 3. Are there any additional agenda items?
No, there's none.
And are there any withdrawn applications?
Yes, we have one withdrawn application, which is RR 2023 1593P, and that's Park Pale Meadow, Mountfield Lane. The call-in was taken away from that one, and the decision on that application is going to be made by officers, so that's been delegated.
Thank you. We then come on to disclosures of interest. To receive any disclosure by members of personal and disclosable pecuniary interests in matters on the agenda, the nature of any interest and whether the member regards the personal interest as prejudicial under the terms of the Code of Conduct. Members are reminded of the need to repeat their declaration immediately prior to the commencement of the item in question. Are there? Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to declare an interest in 3 items. Number 7, which is the former Putting Green site, I declare an interest as a member of Cabinet on Rother District Council, and I will stay in the meeting and I will not vote. Item number...
Sorry, Councillor. The nature of your interest under that one, you have to say which heading you are declaring under. Is that a personal interest?
I assume it's a personal interest. It's certainly not a pecuniary interest.
Oh.
The other 2 are number 12, which is the Autalec buildings. And again, I declare an interest as a Cabinet member with responsibility for estates. And I will leave the room for that particular meeting.
So that would be a prejudicial interest.
And number 13, which is the Car Park Central Coastal Control Centre, Old Lyd Road. Again, I declare an interest as a Cabinet member, and I'm predetermined on that, and so I will leave the room for that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there others? Councillor Groner.
Just personal declaration as ward member for item 11.
Number 11, that's the land at Bairnsbourne Sea Road, Fairlight.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I also declare an interest in item number 11, land at Bairnsbourne Sea Road, Fairlight. And that is, I believe that there would be an appearance of bias if I were to deal with this matter. I shall declare the interest and I shall leave the room for that item, and Councillor Drayson, Vice Chair, will take over from me. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I've never thought that being a Cabinet member meant a declaration of interest. As far as I know, none of the issues, none of the items on the agenda fall within my portfolio, but I am a member of Cabinet, and if I feel there is an interest when we get to the item, I'll declare.
Thank you, Councillor. No more? No more. We then look at the planning applications index and pass on to item number 7, the first application on our list, which is RR 2021-2947P, and that is the former putting green site, land at Old Lid Road, Camber. And who? Edwin Cork is the officer in this case, will present the report. Thank you.
Morning Chair, morning Councillors. The application relates to a site owned by Rother District Council and is allocated for a residential development of some 10 dwellings, of which 40% are affordable, under Policy Cam 1 of the Development and Site Allocations Local Plan. This is a full application for 10 dwellings, served by new vehicular access from Marchants Drive, together with the provision of associated gardens, car parking and hard and soft landscaping. A new pedestrian footway is also proposed along the site's frontages with Old Lid Road and Marchants Drive. The application was previously considered by the Planning Committee in March this year. At that time, the scheme for 10 dwellings included 6 market houses with a policy-compliant 4 affordable units. Members resolved to grant planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 legal agreement to secure the affordable housing. The legal agreement has not yet been completed, and the applicant is now proposing to amend the scheme to deliver 100% affordable housing on the site, with a 50-50 mix of affordable housing for rent and shared ownership units. This change to the tenure mix has been publicised, and the application was reported to the 12th of October Planning Committee meeting. However, the consultation period had not expired at that time, and so members resolved to defer the application to allow all potential comments received to be considered. Apart from the change to the tenure mix, the scheme remains as previously approved by members. Therefore, the only issue that should be considered is whether the proposal to amend the scheme to deliver 100% affordable housing on the site is acceptable. In this regard, the Council's technical advice note on 100% affordable housing, which is a material consideration in determining the application, identifies a clear need for the provision of more affordable housing in the district. It advises that applications for up to 100% affordable housing should be supported where they meet the local plan's adopted policies in all other respects, and the affordable housing is secured through a Section 106 legal agreement. In this case, the proposal is for a well-designed and sustainable residential development which will deliver 10 dwellings on an allocated housing site and will have an acceptable impact on the environment. The change to 100% affordable housing should be supported as the housing mix is appropriate, and it will help to address the clear need for the provision of more affordable housing in the district. It's therefore recommended that planning permission is granted for the proposal, subject to completion of the legal agreement to secure the affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Nothing further from officers. Nothing further from officers? No, thank you. We then have a public speaker, Mr. Neil Thompson, the agent. If you'd come forward and take your time, and when you're ready, we'll start timing you, which will be 5 minutes. But take your time. Don't rush.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not actually going to say a huge amount because I think members will be aware of this application coming to committee previously, and the officer's presentation was very thorough and clear. The scheme is the same. It's the same scheme, other than the change in tenure. The tenure mix has been consulted on with the council's housing team, and we believe that the provision of 100% affordable housing scheme in Camber should be seen as a real positive, and we support officers' recommendation to grant. But I'm here to answer any questions that members may have.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor.
This is really just out of interest. What prompted the change?
I think the viability of the the resolved scheme was reviewed, and I think there's an opportunity for further grant funding for 100% affordable housing scheme.
Thank you. I think that's always a welcome change. We're far too often presented with a change in the opposite direction on this committee. I think that this is very welcome.
Are there any other questions? No? Well, yes. Councillor John Barnes.
As you know, Chairman, I'm not terribly keen about departures from our planning policy. This may well be justified in Camber. I'd like to know a little bit more about the housing mix already in Camber, and in particular the large number of it. This may be for an officer rather than for the agent. So
I think it may be, but if you have a question of the speaker,
let me ask him. If he can't answer, I'll ask it of the officer. Can you say something about the housing mix in Camber, and particularly about the number of second ownerships?
Not entirely sure it's relevant to this application in its site. I think we believe that the proposed mix of units meets the identified need within Camber for this site. As to the provision of second homes in Camber, I'm not able to answer that, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Drayson.
Thank you. This might be one that turns out to be the officer, and you can refer it to the officer. I'm just concerned about if they're going to remain 100% affordable in perpetuity, basically. And are you able to secure that, or is that one for the officer?
I'll have a go. If officers want to jump in after me, then I'm sure they can. Obviously, the affordable rent will be, that is an affordable tenure that wouldn't be able to be made a second home. In terms of shared ownership, that would be down to the delivery partner of the site, and one would suspect that they'd want to keep that within affordable. In terms of how that would be controlled, I'm not sure that can be done through the planning process, unfortunately, but Edwin may have some further thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you very much. We have Graham Quinnell with us, we'll come to you later, from housing, so we should be able to get answers to that. Well, unless there are any further questions, well, thank you very much for your help. Thank you. Well, in that case, there are no other speakers, no ward members. And so I open it up to discussion, but I think there will be questions of the officers. Yes, Councillor Groner.
Oh yes, question for Edwin. As it was formerly a car park, there's a displacement of cars that can't park there anymore. Parking is an issue, seems to be, at least it was over the summer in Camber. Do we know where the cars are going? And what the increase was since 2009 when it was a car park, because there may be more traffic. Or
well, while Mr. Cork is looking there, I think I can say we've already given permission for this development, so we've already considered those matters, and there is car parking for the occupants on the site. So I think Mr. Cork is going to jump in now.
Yeah, the site has been allocated. Well, as the chair said, members have already approved the scheme in principle at the March committee meeting. The site has been allocated for 10 houses, and the car parking situation was taken into account when it was allocated. The support and text of the policy says that the displacement would be taken up by the other car parks in Camber. And of course, the site, the development itself is going to provide parking spaces for the occupants.
Okay, thank you.
I see that Councillor Mary Barnes has her hand up. She was first. Councillor Mary Barnes, please, who's remote.
I'd just like to ask if there's any way that any of those affordable houses could be saved for the people of Canberra. It seems to me that that they are probably the ones most in need. Is there any way in which maybe 3 or 4 of them could be definitely promised for the use of Canberra residents?
Yes, I think that's one for Graham Quinnell, and I think a lot of us will be asking a similar question.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Yes, in short, we could look to allocate these under some kind of local lettings plan. That would be down to an arrangement with the register provider that we work with ultimately on this scheme. But for those 5 affordable rented properties, we certainly could look to work on that basis. I mean, this again, we had a not entirely dissimilar discussion last time round, that this isn't an exception site, it's an allocated site through the DASA, through the local plan process, and is allocated to meet the housing need of the district as a whole, not just the housing need of Canberra. But that notwithstanding, I echo and share Councillor Barnes' concern, and I would look to work with a register provider on that basis of the initial lets going to local residents to Canberra, albeit we wouldn't look to secure that in perpetuity. It would be those initial lets of those units.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, Chairman. The last time out, I was rather against 100% affordable, but that was in a particular circumstance. Here I think the case is much more justifiable because we know that Canberra is a rather peculiar situation. There are a great many houses. When I chaired the Housing Task Force, we actually had a survey. I think it was as many as a third of houses were actually in second ownership, which means the local people tend to get squeezed out. So I'm actually quite supportive of what my wife was saying, which is, I think, particularly with the affordable rented, we should try to work with the parish council to restrict that to that area, because that is where the need is. And it's a very peculiar need, given the holiday nature of that village. So I think if we're going to go down the affordable housing route, we should do our very best to make sure that it's affordable for the people in that more immediate environment around there, who otherwise have to move out some miles from the parental home, and the whole community gets broken up.
I'm sure Mr. Quinnell is hearing that, and of course, this being a Rother-owned site, we do have control in negotiation with a provider, of course. And I have to say, I mean, I know Canberra a little, and simply walking around and looking closely at the houses, you see so many which are obviously not permanently occupied. It's visible on the face of it without doing an official survey of any sort. Are there any? I see that Councillor Mary Barnes, is that a legacy hand or?
Sorry, Chairman, I removed my hand. I thought I had actually.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any more questions for officers? No. General discussion. Does any member have anything to say on this subject? Councillor Stanger.
Just to say, I think it's a really good idea, and like Councillor Barnes has said, there's a time and the right situation and set up in the right village for this 100% affordable, and I move this application.
Second.
I'll take seconded by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Any further discussion, or shall we move straight to a vote? We shall move straight to a vote. So first of all those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them well up so that Julie can count. And anyone against? None against, and abstentions.
Sorry, Chair, can I just check that so Councillor Baelish, you're not voting at all? Do you want it named in the minutes that you're not voting at all? Okay.
So I announce the result. That was 12 in favour, none against, and 1 not voting. We then move on to item number 8 on the agenda. That is RR 2023-1527P, 11 Ellerslie Lane, Molyneux Road, Bexhill. And we have Sarah Shepherd presenting the officer's report.
Good morning, councillors. This application has been before you previously. It was already granted permission last year. This application is for a variation of Condition 2 imposed on the 2022 application, and it proposes to allow amendments to the housing mix plan to remove the on-site affordable housing provision. The current application relates to a development that was approved for the construction of 26 dwellings with associated roads, parking and external amenity areas. The applicant has submitted a financial viability report which provides their own detailed analysis illustrating that the scheme is non-viable at 31% affordable housing. It also details that the applicant's report arrives at a position where, after all assumptions are made, there would be a deficit, meaning that no affordable housing can viably be provided as part of the application. This report has subsequently been independently assessed for the council by Altair. Altair have reviewed the assumptions and that sit behind the conclusions, and they suggested a series of amendments to the analysis. Within Altair's report, it was demonstrated that the scheme could not viably provide an affordable housing in the form of on-site affordable housing, but that it could, however, provide an off-site contribution of an agreed sum. Comments in agreement were made by the Council's Housing Enabling and Development Officer following the review, and as such, an amount is set out to be paid as a commuted sum in lieu of on-site affordable housing provision. The agreed sum should be index-linked and payable prior to occupation of 50% of the scheme units, that is, prior to occupation of the 14th unit. Based on payment being made of the sum set out and the 50% trigger, this application is supported by the Housing Development Officer. In light of this, it can be considered that the justification provided and independently assessed in relation to the removal of on-site affordable housing would be acceptable, subject to securing the commuted sum in lieu through the 106 agreement. Therefore, the revised housing mix plan has been submitted corresponding to the removal of on-site affordable housing would be considered acceptable. Now, please can members note when you turn to the proposed conditions at pages 43 and 44, you will note that there's a number of conditions that remain extant. Those conditions will need to be written out in full in any decision notice. And I would also point out that the recommendation should read, grant full planning delegated to the Director of Place and Climate Change for completion of the variation of the Section 106 agreement with regard to securing the financial contribution in place of the on-site affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are no public speakers on this. We still have we have Sarah Shepherd here, obviously, who can answer questions. We've still got Graham Quinnell, who can answer from Housing. Are there questions of the officers? Councillor Groner.
It states that it's sort of not viable at 31%, so why can't they do 20%?
So they've modelled various mixes of on-site affordable. Effectively, no on-site affordable was found to be viable. I was just trying to find the figure for that commuted sum. I thought it was in the report, but it's not. And I will get it out for you in a minute. I believe it's around 150,000, something like that. And that will help us, if provided this is agreed today, that will help us in supplying affordable housing on other sites. It'll provide effectively, a grant from Rother to support a scheme. It's the sort of thing that we often use to support our community-led housing programme, to make those schemes more viable, particularly. We can use it in another way to support affordable housing elsewhere. I mean, that's 150,000. I think it's of that order, and I will get that figure for you in a moment. Would likely lead to supporting additional 3 to 4 affordable housing units somewhere else in the district.
Thank you, and I'm told we have the figure here.
So the figure is £160,812.
Thank you. Now, I think Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I feel that, I know we've had this independently judged, but I do really regret that we're making this decision. But I do understand that in the current circumstances with the, interest rates as they are, build costs and inflation and all that, that actually it puts a real strain on developments and the sustainability. And thank you to, my question's was going to be virtually the same, really. Could we have one affordable home on the site? Well, yeah, why, rather than take the money, because I'm not 100% sure about where we would invest the money at the moment. I don't think we've got that many sites on the go, other than, say, Blackfriars, for example, where it possibly could go.
Perhaps Mr. Cornell would like to answer why there can't be, this can't fund one house on the site.
My understanding is that the way the scheme is set up, the loss of value of providing any affordable housing affects the viability overall, basically. It's a case of, it's the scheme works on paper as 100% market dwellings, but it does not once you introduce any affordable housing, because of the drop-off in value of that. We should also say, separate to that point, but I think it's not unrelated. We are struggling in my area at the moment to find RPs to take on very small numbers of affordable housing units. Actually, to be very honest, I would find it difficult to think who would take on 1 unit on a scheme like this, who would take on 2, who would take on 3, who would take on 4. I know that in the medium term there's perhaps some aspiration that as an authority we might look to move into this space. And I think there's a place for that in the future, but that's not where we are now. And I think one of the members mentioned it a moment ago, development viability, build costs, all those things are affecting our registered provider partners as well as they're having to look at stock remediation and their estates management work that they're having to do. So coming in to purchase very small numbers of Section 106 units, such as this could potentially have been, just isn't a business proposition that works for them at the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Byrne first, and then Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Materials costs and labour costs. We're in a very unusual position at the moment. It's almost the perfect storm for the building industry. And I'm somewhat worried that at this point in time, we're going to give up our affordable housing element to the scheme, when in maybe 6 months, 9 months, maybe a year, none of which are really that's a short timescale in building terms, it may well then become viable. So I just, a word of warning or a suggestion that if the committee were to refuse this, we're not depriving people of the housing. We're maybe saying we'd rather this calculation was done at a later date when it looks, all the indicators are that the economic situation will improve. So this is really just a matter for consideration. It's not really a question for officers. I do have one question for Graham, which is you mentioned that we could use the S106 contribution to affect the viability or the affordable content of other schemes. Have you any actually in mind at the moment? Are we talking again short time scale, or would this money be applicable, later on?
I don't have one immediately to mind, but there are lots of schemes in the planning system, and if there is a good opportunity to use that money to augment a registered provider's offer on a scheme, that I would look to do that. As I say, my go-to position with that pot is to use it to support our community-led housing programme, to support exception sites, that sort of thing. But it's also there to support RPs in acquiring Section 106 units, something we've done for many years. And if there was a good opportunity, then we would look to do that again.
Thank you. I just asked Sarah Shepherd to clarify the point about review partway through if circumstances change. I think the answer is no.
Yes, at this moment in time, we don't have a review mechanism included within policies in the local plan. That is coming in the local plan review. And as such, unless an applicant offers the review mechanism, we're unable to impose it on them. But once it's in policy, then yes, we would impose that.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's very disappointing that we can't get any more affordable housing, but I think Officer Quinnell has nailed it. £160,800, I think, is probably the best we're going to do. So I would be looking at granting.
Councillor Bayliss.
Yeah, just a quick question. So I don't want to get hung up on the 160,000 as being available now, because I understand from what somebody said, an officer said, that it only becomes payable when we've built the 14th house. So if that developer sat on that land for 2 or 3 years until the economic situation changed and then started building, it could be that this 160,000 doesn't come to us for 2 or 3, 4 years hence. If it was coming to us now, yes, there are things that I think we could do. But forgive me if can we actually refuse this? Yes.
I think the answer is we are the decision-making body, but this wouldn't be one that I would be very happy about defending in front of an inspector if we were to do that. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, I think in the end we can't vote against this, but I do think it is regrettable, because we have a policy which is to create social mixing. We want to get away from the old idea of 100% this or 100% that. And our policy is therefore something that really does need to be looked at put in the new plan as well, because this is not the way we want to go as an authority. I'm a little surprised that a site like this creates viability problems. We visited the site. I can't see why it's creating viability problems, although I accept Councillor Burns' comment that we are in very unusual circumstances at the moment. The case for postponing would be attractive, but I suspect we would actually lose on appeal. And therefore, rather reluctantly, I'm going to go, I think, along with voting for it. I do want reassurance that we have indexed the sum by RPI or CPI.
Officers are about to answer. We're just checking this.
I think it should be RPI, given that it's housing. And I think that is something we should insist on.
Perhaps we can come back to that in a moment. Kemi, you were indicating. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, I was just, I don't know if you can hear me because the volume seems to be cutting in now.
We can hear you.
I was just going to support what Councillor Bayliss was saying in terms of whether or not we could refuse it. The answer is no, we cannot refuse it because we've got a viability report which has been assessed by our independent assessor and has concluded that the findings in their report is acceptable and agrees that the scheme will not be viable if they were to provide the affordable housing on site. We do have the committed sum to provide it off site. However, in terms of the policy and the threshold, we do have an opportunity with the upcoming review of our local plan to put those thresholds in place, so that can help us going forward to be able to ask for what Councillor Bayliss is saying, like we can ask for it upfront or at closer or earlier threshold rather than later.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I see several councillors indicating. I think Councillor Mr. Grenell's got the answer to the RPI, CPI.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give you the definition of inflation index from the dealer variation. So it's the figure of the retail prices index published by the ONS or such other index as the council may reasonably nominate in the event that the retail prices index shall no longer be published or its name or methodology be materially altered.
Thank you very much. I'm Councillor Stanger first. Who else was wishing to speak? Councillor Groner and Councillor Drayson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a question, really. Is there a time limit on these applications for them to get the building done, or is it kind of, because obviously, like you said, the other colleagues have said that they could sit on it until the financial situation becomes more favourable to themselves?
Yes, Sarah Shepherd.
Yes, there's a time limit for implementing development. They've already been applying and discharging conditions, so they are gearing up to start on site. So this is quite an imminent implementation for this commission that we are expecting.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon, did you still wish to have a question or something?
No, Chair, I'm fine, thanks.
Councillor Drayson, then.
Thank you. Taking Kemi's point and sharing everyone's disappointment that yet again we have somebody who's not going to build affordable houses, we have to be grateful at least for the off-site contribution. So I was going to move granting full permission.
So we have a proposer, Councillor Drayson. Do we have a seconder for that, Councillor Stanger? Yes, I think we're moving towards a vote. I would say myself, I'm as disappointed as other councillors. I was on the previous site visit when we granted permission originally. It's a level site, one with as few difficulties as any site I think you're ever going to see, and it is disappointing. Against that, obviously there's been inflation, there's been all sorts of things happened in the last few years, and this has been independently assessed, and I see very little option but to support the officer's recommendation. With that, I think we should move to a vote. I'd say first, before we vote, that I should have said before that Councillor Cook is the is here today. Welcome, Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook is the chair of Rother, overall chair of Rother, who is here ex officio and sadly can't vote, as of course you know, but maybe members of the public don't realise. Thank you. So all those in favour of the officer's recommendation with those conditions and so on. And that is passed, and it is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Which brings us on to item number 9, RR 2020-1044P. This is the Churchfields Industrial Estate, Longrake Spa Storage Lane, Rye Harbour Road, Icklesham. And it is, we have Sarah Shepherd again.
Thank you, members. Yes, this is an application that relates to the Churchfields Industrial Estate at Rye Harbour. The site is an allocated and a long-standing industrial site. It was industrial pre-planning in the 1940s. And the allocation is to retain the site for employment purposes. As can be seen on the site plan, and also if we go to the aerial, you will see that it's located at the eastern end of the industrial estate. The estate extends along westwards back towards Rye itself, and on the opposite northern side of the road, you will see here that we have Rye Wharf, and then you have the listed church here and a pair of listed cottages, and then the rest of the village further to the east. And the application, you will see at paragraph 3.2 of the report, sets out proposals for variations of conditions. Some of those details have been amended during discussions, and the revisions include variations to the plans, as well as some variation to the landscaping and the bunding that goes around the site. If we go back to the aerial, you will see that there's this bund here that runs round the edge of the site, and that helps secure the site to protect the adjacent habitat protected areas. There's also proposals to vary the hours. There's been some minor lighting details, and it incorporates a new dust management plan. The original application, as submitted back in 2020 during the COVID lockdown, coincided with the use of an unauthorised concrete crusher at the site. This generated a large number of objections to the application at that time. Also, operations at the site were not being undertaken utilising best practice and required further dust management controls to minimise impacts on the surrounding area. Further objections were received, including a large petition regarding traffic surveys as well, and they were received at that time. Since then, the applicant has been working with the council, particularly with the Environmental Health Department and Natural England, to improve working practices and protect locals, as well as the surrounding habitats of the Dungeness, Rye Bay, Ramsar, SPA and SSSI. And if I click through for you, you will see that's all the protected areas are those green hatched areas. So as you can see, it's quite contained, this site. While objections were high in 2020, no complaints have been received by planning or environmental health in the last year. Variations to the building are as now existing on site. They involved some alterations to the cladding to remove some windows. There's only a handful of downlighters on the building, no other external lighting around the building and the main yard area. Works to complete the bund and landscaping are being sought, and we are aiming to, we've requested by a condition, as you will see, that these be completed in the current planting season, i.e. by next March. New conditions are also proposed with regard to noise levels at the site, All works to be undertaken in compliance with the Shadow Habitat Regulation Assessment. You will also note that Condition 7 proposes that while 24-hour working has been requested, this relates only to the aggregate drying plant, which is within the main building, and it doesn't relate to external working, with except in the hours of 6 and 8 a.m. on weekdays, which would only occur on the limited number of occasions when there was a high tide that coincided with the boat deliveries, their deliveries coming in via the wharf. This is an exception and not the general tide time for deliveries. While noting the distance relationship with the protected habitats, the listed church and residential properties, taking into account the revised working details, the environmental permit, which is something that has been obtained with Environmental Health, and the mitigation required by Natural England, the recommendation is for approval with variation to the wording of conditions and insertion of the new conditions as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And we do have an objector appearing remotely, Mr. Horning. Is Mr. Horning there?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Lovely.
Hold your horses for a moment. I'm sure you've heard with the previous speaker that you will have 5 minutes exactly from when you start, and then after that, councillors may ask you questions. So whenever you're ready to start, just go and we'll time it.
If you get my slide on the screen, please, Sarah, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. And then I'll be able to start. Oh, no, that's not my slide. Can we get my one, please?
Yes, hang on one moment. There you go.
No, that's not it.
That's the slide that I have that I said to you that was already in part of our presentation.
Okay, so that's not actually the slide that I need to talk through. If that's okay, I did email it to you. If it's possible to get it on the screen, please. It's a very similar slide.
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't have that one.
Or I could possibly get it up here and share my screen. Would that be okay?
Well, show it to us, but we reserve the right to ask you to take it down.
Let me see what I can do. Hold on 1 second.
Would you mind sending me?
Mr. Horning, I'm told that you haven't got permission on the system to share, unfortunately.
That's a shame. Well, let me just describe it then, and I won't waste your time. Okay. Essentially, imagine this picture just zoomed back slightly, because what we can see on the slide is the village of Rye Harbour, where I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and next to the Longwreck Spa Yard. We can just see it in an aerial photograph. And what is apparent, and what I'd done on my slide, was I'd basically drawn the outline of the Longwreck Spa site, and I'd also drawn an outline around the residential area of the village. So it's a very simple picture. But what you can see in that picture is that both the circles are about the same size. The yard is the same size as the village geographically, and then they're right next to each other. And so it's pretty apparent that if it's not carefully controlled, and I welcome some of the comments from Sarah just a minute ago, the activities from this aggregate processing facility, it's not a distribution yard at all, it's a processing yard, could impact the village. But what you can't see on the aerial photos, what actually goes on in the village, where there's 500 residents, and we live at the end of a one-way road. So within that circle surrounding the village, apart from the church and the village shop, which is open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's a cafe, an art gallery, 5 licensed premises, so that's the club and the bar at the Holdy Park, which has over 100 caravans and lodges and includes a small swimming pool, spa and leisure complex. There are numerous Airbnbs in the village, a very busy car park, which is operated by the Parish Council, which pays for the public toilets, which are open in the village. There's also independent bike hire, boat trips to see seals, an ice cream cellar, and of course just outside the village there's the new Sussex Wildlife Trust Discovery Centre and Cafe, which I'm sure you're well aware of because of the planning application that went through on that, and that is always packed. So obviously there's a reason for all this economic activity, and equally obviously it's due to the thriving green economy in the village generated by the expansive and open countryside that's easily accessed from the village. Estimates for visitor numbers to Rye Harbour could be found in the planning application for the Discovery Centre, and at the time, which is pre-COVID, it was estimated that over 400,000 people visit the reserve every year. To put this into context, in the same year, it was estimated that around 300,000 people visit the Dillawall Pavilion in Bexhill. So clearly, Rye Harbour Nature Reserve is hugely important to the local economy. So I want to get onto the application. I appreciate how hard your team have worked. I know this application and many of the objections were received during lockdowns when it was impossible to visit the site. But there is a small correction I'd like to make to the officer's report, and this is in no way a criticism because I appreciate the working conditions at the time. However, it states that high levels of objection were initially received following an unauthorised and temporary use of a concrete crusher at the site, not related to this application. Now that isn't why so many residents, and you've got over 200 written objections, including over 100 from villagers, and a petition of over 1,200 names. That's not why we were so concerned. We were upset about the concrete crushing, it was awful, but that's not the major issue. During the summer of 2020, when the first lockdown was lifted, Longrange Spa brought their staff back from furlough and immediately commenced 24-hour operations. They increased the number of HGV deliveries to and from site. They lit the site at night. In fact, they did exactly what this application is asking for. The noise from the site went on through the day and night for several weeks and led to widespread disturbance across the village and local community, to the point where villagers held 3 socially distanced meetings in the park to discuss it. We ended up counting the lorry movements and found they were greatly in excess of the figures in this application. We arranged the petition, which ended up with over 1,200 names. Several villagers complained to Environmental Health, including myself. Local print media and TV news got involved, and Environmental Health paid Longrange Spa a visit. Following all this, after several weeks, Longrange Spa reverted, broadly speaking, back to their current planning conditions. On a personal level, the noise from site during this period was such that I was kept awake all night, every night, for over 6 weeks. This had a huge effect on my well-being, my ability to work. It was absolutely appalling. And that's why this application, as written, has given residents enormous cause for concern. Because as currently written,
you have 30 more seconds.
Thank you. As currently written, it seeks to allow Longrange Spa to revert back to their behaviour in the summer of 2020. The application includes the words, it's anticipated that additional working hours will be utilised to operate limited processing and mobile plant with a small team of employees. This small team could be heard right across the village and through the nature reserve, from Castle Water, 1,500 metres away, from the Mary Stamford Lifeboat House, 1,800 metres away. These are written in the objections from residents.
Thank you, Mr. Hornig. That's 5 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Don't go away because I expect that councillors will want to ask you questions. Are there any questions of Mr. Hornig?
Sorry, I'm not asking a question. I think I ought to declare not a prejudicial interest, I suspect, a personal interest as a former chairman of the Friends of Rye Harbour Nature Reserve, and I'm still a member of that organisation. I don't think it's prejudicial, but clearly I need to declare it.
Well, thank you for clearing the air on that, and that will be noted. Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Creaser.
I live at the junction between New Winchelsea Road and Rye Harbour Road, so the increase in vehicles may well affect me, so I think I better step away from this.
You might think that that's only a personal interest, but it is a matter for you. You wish to step aside.
I think so, please.
Thank you. Yes, I am advised, strange though it is, I think that means you have to leave the room, I'm afraid. Sorry. Are there now any questions for Mr. Hornick? Councillor Groner.
Sorry, the sound quality wasn't great, but what I think I heard was your concern that it would revert to 24-hour-a-day operation. Is that correct? The operation of the plant?
I think that's probably something for the office. Let the officer answer that one, I think.
Or the officer, yeah.
Not during, no. All right, for Mr. Hornick then. Mr. Hornick.
So yes, as written, the application includes the words, it's anticipated that the additional working hours will be utilised to operate limited processing and mobile plant with a small team of employees. Now that is a small team of mobile plant. They're large front-loading shovels that pick up and drop tons of aggregate at a time. And the noise that they made during the day is clearly audible across the whole village and nature reserve. But the noise that they create at night is extremely disruptive because it's an extremely quiet village. We can hear the sea from our bedroom and it's 1.5 miles away. So we're absolutely concerned that the 24-hour working in the application as written will allow Longrex Power to simply do what they did in 2020 and cause complete chaos.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure officers will come back on that later, but later. Mr. Hornick, councillors are saying it's very hard to hear what you're saying. You may be a little bit too close to your microphone.
Is that easier? Can you hear me now?
It's a little better. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm in the office, so I've got to use these headphones. Is there anything people would like me to clarify then from my statement?
I think that last answer, Councillor Groner would like to hear it again, succinctly.
So yes, we're absolutely concerned about the 24-hour application. So as written, the application includes the words. It is anticipated that the additional working hours will be utilised to operate limited processing and mobile plant with a small team of employees. Now that small team can be heard right across the village and through the nature reserve because if you visited site, you'll have seen that the mobile plant there is large front-loading shovels that pick up and drop tons of aggregate at a time. And it's the use of this plant, this small team of mobile plant, that caused so much disruption to the village during the summer of 2020, especially at night. So there are written objections. Say, for example, Barry Yates, who up until recently managed the nature reserve, in his objection stated on the 21st of July 2020 at 1 a.m. I was at Camber Castle 1,375 metres away and could hear vehicle movements from the site. On the 29th of July at 7 a.m. I was at the Mary Stanford Lifeboat House 1,800 metres away and could hear vehicle movements. It's very, very peaceful in the village at night because there's no through traffic and there's no activity at all. So we can hear, for example, from school cottages 1,500 metres away, I can hear the sea at night.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Hornick?
Well, for the officer.
We'll come to the officer in a moment.
Okay,
but
thank you.
We're dealing with Mr. Hornick. Anything arising out of that? No further questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hornick. It was very, very, very helpful, and thank you for clarifying the thing with the microphone.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, so we do now come on to questions for we've got speakers for the applicant. Sorry. First of all, we have Sarah Hill, the Longrake Spa representative. Please come forward. And I'm very, very sorry to have nearly forgot you. And you've heard how we go. Take your time, but we'll time the 5 minutes from when you start.
Firstly, thank you for allowing us the time to provide a bit of context and insight into who we are and how important this application is to our business. The business was established in 1867. We're a privately owned company, which is a family business, and we've had considerable growth in our sector over the last 25 years. This led us to the acquisition of the site at Rye, which is important to us as it's a significant area where our customers are based in the South East. We have a number of employees across our 4 production sites, which is around 80 at the moment. 9 of these are employed at the site at Rye. Previously, these have been up to the number of 18, but we have reduced this significantly due to the restrictions on the operations at Rye. The sectors we supply the construction industry, we supply aggregates that go into anti-skid, white lining aggregates for roadways, resin bonded, hard landscaping, agricultural minerals. So a multitude of industries and specialist sectors who are totally reliant on our products. So we're not just a builder's merchant that can supply everyday products, we do supply a lot of specialist sectors. We're always going to be a contentious site, being close to the residential area and the treble SIs and the nature of our operations. We accept that. But we do feel that everything that we do is in keeping with the classification of the site being an industrial use on the site. We've undergone a relentless campaign to improve our operational procedures to address all the complaints that we receive from Mr Hornig, local residents and council. Measures requested by the Planning Department and the Environmental Agency all have resulted in complaints coming down to a minimum now this year where we've had no complaints on the site. We have worked relentlessly with the specialist consultees to ensure that all possible queries have been addressed from Rother District Council, Natural England, East Sussex County Council, Ecology, Transport, Archaeology, Highways England and the Environment Agency, to name but a few. This has resulted in multiple reports and specialist surveys, all undertaken at considerable expense and in some cases on multiple occasions, all causing considerable delays in the determination of our application. These reports include drainage, surface water, archaeology, transport, ecology, dust, floodlight design and numerous noise reports. The point I'm trying to make here is we have gone above and beyond with the support of Sarah Shepherd and the planning team to provide a multitude of reports and specialist surveys to address all concerns and objections and to mitigate these concerns. And I'd like to say that most of the people that have been consulted on this application, the statutory bodies, have returned no objection. The main 2 elements of the application are for the approval of 24-hour working for our dry plant and an increased window of time for discharging ships. Our dry production plant is the most state-of-the-art in Europe and has been designed to operate 24 hours, thereby maximising throughput and efficiencies, which gives us a European competitive edge. The current limitation on operation hours means the cost to produce finished stock at Rye is considerably greater than that of our other sites. As a result, we took a strategic decision to direct significant material volumes to our other production sites and to operate Rye on a much smaller scale, resulting in a significant decline in our shipments into the wharf. Our plans for growth and increased employment have been stalled for the last 3 years, all of which have been at great expense, both financially and commercially, to our business. It is imperative that we can operate in a commercial timeframe that makes our business viable. Demand for our products is increasing annually and our current planning conditions restrict our production and limit our growth. If planning is to be approved, this would secure more volume through the wharf, an intrinsic planning policy of the council, increase employment at the site to almost double the number of people that we currently have, ensure a longevity on this site and help boost the organic growth into the immediate business area in the location. We believe we have been more than reasonable and gone to extreme lengths to supply all the information required for our application to be determined favourably. And whilst we accept that this may not be the liking of a small minority of objectors, the additional employment gains and increases in volume of shipments into the wharf far outweigh a minority of objections. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And you're finished 30 seconds within time. An achievement. Yes, councillors, are there questions for the speaker? Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Hello there, hi. So you would actually increase your workforce to 18, would you?
Yes, that is the plan. At the moment, we cannot produce in the time frame the volume that we need to produce on that site, so hence why we need the 24-hour operations. And I would stress this is only on a small element on the production site, which is contained in an actual building. So it's not on the external site. Sorry.
And would the Port of Rye shipping movements be increased into the Port of Rye?
Yes, I think we circulated information to members previously, supporting what we did do but before we downscaled from the RAI operation. It was significantly double what we've done in the last 24 months when we've descaled the operations. I think that the further speaker from the Wharf will support that information.
And you've had numerous noise surveys, I understand, is that correct?
That is correct. We've had numerous noise surveys, and I believe there are relative conditions in the planning consent should this be granted to address that.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Drayson.
Yes, thank you. You commented that there's not been any complaints in the last year, but you've also said you've reduced your activity for 3 years. So could it just be that you're not doing anything like you're about to do, which is why you've had no complaints? And it's directly connected with you having reduced the operation.
I think in the main, Sarah has been very, should we say, giving us pointers on what we need to do to address the operations. I think we've moved fans and various pieces of equipment to make the site more tolerable in terms of noise levels and dust, etc. I think that is more of a technical question for my ops director. If you wanted him to answer that query, then I'm more than happy to do so. But I do believe that there's been a lot of undertaking, speaking to the planners, to develop procedures and different bunds and etc. that we've undertaken ahead of this planning decision, really, to address those concerns.
Councillor Groner.
The previous speaker online was saying that throughout the night there's diggers loading aggregate and dumping it. And you're saying that's not the case because it all takes place indoors?
Pretty much. The drying plant is a contained unit, so there will be some loading, which I think we have agreed we would load up the system before the night shift commenced. So the actual digger would be loading prior to like a 6 p.m. finish, and then the processing will be taken in-house in the unit, so it's all controlled. I think noise levels have been monitored throughout the site as well to confirm what that would be when the plant's in operation. So there's no external vehicle movements throughout the night? And the number of employees would be very minimal that would work the night shift.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your help. Thank you, that was very helpful. And we have Richard Benge. Is it pronounced Benge or Benger? Benge, thank you. From Rastrum Limited, if you'd come forward. And you've been told about the microphone, and when you start, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Richard Benge, one of the co-owners and the director of Rastrum Limited, who own Rye Wharf. And I've just come along today to point out the fact that long rakes production is a big part of what we bring across the wharf. And, you know, at the moment, when they were doing a little bit more, they were well over 50% of the ships and the tonnage coming across the wharf. And I know East Sussex County Council sent a letter to your planning officer saying that the council supports the continued use of the Port of Rye for importation of aggregates and increased usage of the wharf at Rastrum's Rye Harbour as proposed in variation of Condition 8 in their plan. Yeah, I've more or less just come along to say, as Sarah said, they were taking a lot more, but in the last bringing in a lot more tonnage across the wharf. In the last 2 years, this is reduced, and it greatly affects the viability of the wharf. You know, because they're such a big client of ours, and we'll have to look at, if they continue at these low figures, perhaps shutting the wharf down, because financially it's a very costly thing to operate, and financially it's on the knife edge of being viable. Even though we do other cargoes, you know, grain, bottom ash, aggregates for Bretts and things like that. but they are a big client of ours. That's more or less what I wanted to say. If anyone's got any questions, be happy to.
Well, thank you very much, and you've exceeded even the previous speaker in being brief.
Brevity.
Brevity is the soul of wit. Yes, there will be some questions for you. Councillor Groner first.
Thank you. How many people do you employ at the Wharf?
Our own staff is about 8 at the moment, but obviously we have lots of tenants on the Wharf, so our current number of employees at the site is in excess of 300. It's a big hub of various businesses, but the Wharf is an intrinsic part of our business.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Port of Rye employ a pilot to bring the ships in?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, the pilotage is carried out by the Environment Agency and the Harbour Master. So they make a charge per tonne on the cargoes that come in. So they see the vessels in, and we have to, once the ship's unloaded, we have to turn it when it's empty so that it can go back out. So there's also employees there.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Apparently not. Well, thank you very much. That was very helpful indeed, and an interesting insight to a kind of mode of transport that we're not very familiar with, or at least I'm not.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yes, could you please turn the microphone off? Thank you. Well, now, questions for Sarah Shepherd, please. Councillor Groner.
Thank you. So, what sort of limitations or conditions can be placed on noise? Do you give specific decibel levels, or because that seems to be the key issue here in between the two communities, or the community and the business?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, if you look at from page 58 of your agenda, following the recommendation, you will see conditions. You'll see, first of all, conditions that remain extant and that are being reapplied. You will then see at condition 7, that's being varied, and that does talk about exceptionally only the aggregate drying plant within the building shall be operated 24 hours, which goes back to the applicant's comment about making sure that's loaded up, so that will be operating during the night, but that is within a building. And other than, with exception also on the time the tides are correct for deliveries to be taken between 6 and 8 in the morning, but obviously that'll be an infrequent occurrence. If you then turn over the page, you will see at the bottom of page 60, it references additional conditions to be applied. Now, these have been, for the most part, evolved from environmental health and their consideration of the environment permit, which you'll see referred to in the report. That is a permit where they will also be strictly controlling the methods of working at the site, and in some respects, environmental health may actually have more jurisdiction to legislate than we do under planning, but in terms of the environment permit. But you will see there, condition 12 is specifically referencing noise levels, not to exceed 5 dB above background noise, and then other measurement ratings and things within condition 12 there. And then, as you see, condition 13 and 14 go on to the procedures and practices required in respect of the habitat protection as well.
Councillor Gordon, and then Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so very impressive conditions I see. How good are we at enforcing those conditions if they're broken?
As I just mentioned, we are working with environmental health on this site. So we have 2 sets of legislation that come into play here, depending on the nature of any breach. It may be more appropriate for environmental health, or it may be more appropriate for us to issue a breach of condition notice if that's considered necessary. A breach of condition notice does not have a right of appeal. It's something that goes to the magistrates' court, and if the breach is found to be agreed, then there's a fine in place and a time limit for compliance. And that can be, if there's multiple breaches of something, then that could be carried on, and obviously looking at prosecutions further in relation to that.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Byrne and then Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on Councillor Gordon's point as well, issuing notices and setting the wheels in motion to take enforcement action is one thing. How about monitoring? How do we find, is there a plan to look to monitor the site once it's operating under these new conditions? Not that I'm in any way impugning Longreach Spa's integrity. I'm sure they will try everything they can to operate within these conditions, but just to be on the front foot and be seen on the front foot by the public, are we going to monitor when these regulations are first, when we've granted this and the operation changes in accordance with these regulations? Is there a plan to monitor during the initial period of that operation?
Unless members want to fund an enforcement officer just to monitor this site, then that isn't going to occur on a daily basis.
So we're really saying
but
we
it
can't
would
monitor.
be, officers do go past the site regularly. Officers live in that area. Also, yes, the members of the public do notify us, but in addition, because of the environment permit and environmental health, they will be monitoring the site as well. So it's not just a planning monitor. Environmental health they will have to do regular checks to the site in regard of the permit.
Thank you for that.
Now, one moment, Councillor Bayliss, because Kemi wants to come in. Kemi, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I think Sarah's more or less answered the question. We do not have the resource to monitor every single permission that's been granted. Unfortunately, we have to rely on residents either complaining and then we go out and do the monitoring. But as Sarah already sort of alluded to, we have the Environment Agency and other authorities that would regularly be looking at this site. So we will be picking up if something goes wrong there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Kemi. And Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you. I'm familiar with this site because during lockdown, councillors in Bexhill did receive quite a lot of calls from people living in the village, Rye Harbour, about the noise, and I know that it was a particularly difficult time for residents. But I'm just interested to know what work we've done. I noticed there's some funds being constructed to reduce the noise levels. I mean, has the factory site or the process that goes on in the building, which seemed to be the cause of a lot of angst amongst neighbours who would ring me up to tell me that it was going 24 hours a day. What changes have we made since 2020 to give residents confidence that that we can allow this and it will be it won't go back to that position?
Yes, as referenced in the report and as the applicant said earlier, they did go through a phase of additional external working as well. And as you say, that did generate lots of comments and complaints because of early and late working outside the hours restriction. There were issues with dust, particularly from operations being aggregates and stone and things. If that's not damped in the correct way, then you get pollution in the air from that. Those things, as I've said, they have worked with environmental health on those. There is it's about the third or fourth iteration of the dust management plan now, and so that's been an ongoing process. And working with Natural England as well in terms of mitigation. The bund round the edge is partially noise, but also to do with protection of the habitats as well, and ensure that, because obviously when you're damping down, you're going to be using water, so you don't want the water going off and polluting outside the site. That has to go into the drainage within the site. And yes, noise surveys and assessments have been undertaken, and with Environmental Health's guidance, we have now got noise levels set for the site, and the restrictions to hours to preclude those abnormal working hours, to make sure that noise is during the day, when generally speaking the rest of the estate is operating as well. This is the closest point to the residential properties, and that is acknowledged, but it is a long-standing industrial estate as well.
Right, and I think we are exhorted to work proactively with applicants, and perhaps you couldn't say it yourself, Sarah, but reading the report, obviously, an enormous amount of work's gone in on your part and on the part of Environmental Health as well, to bring this to a fit state to come in front of this committee for decision. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I understand the noise levels have been set, Sarah, and if there is a dispute with the local community, do I take it the environmental agency will monitor the noise levels and pay for that, and the dust levels, etc.?
Yeah, that would actually be our in-house Environmental Health Department that are involved. They're the ones that issue the environment permit, and they're the ones who've set the noise levels and things. So yes, they would be assisting us in any monitoring that was required.
Understood. Thank you, Sarah.
Councillor John Barnes, and sorry I went out of order.
No, it's all right, Chairman. There were a couple of questions I had, one of which I think Sarah's just answered. Can the environmental permit be withdrawn once granted? Is it time limited? And the other question is, could we put a review period in to see how this is all working well, or would that prejudice the commercial operation of the site too much if it were time limited?
Yes, Environmental Health do monitor compliance of the permit. That's at paragraph 8.4.8 of the report in the Environmental Health Officer's comments.
My question was not whether they monitor. I knew they monitored. My question is, can they withdraw the permit?
That's what I'm saying. If they felt that there was an issue with the compliance, then yes, they could, as I understand it, then yes, they can go back and withdraw the permit or seek amendment. So it's something that is an ongoing review mechanism for them in terms of the permit. Right, you also asked about time limiting, and I don't think that would be appropriate here. It would be appropriate to look at the conditions, and if there was an issue of breach of condition, then we would have to have further discussions with them.
Yes, you may.
A second.
Perhaps you better say what it is you're moving.
I'm moving the recommendation.
Councillor Bayliss and Councillor Gordon seconding. Do councillors want any further discussion, or have we've covered the points? No further discussion. Councillor Stanger.
Yeah, just a few comments really. I think the employment's well needed in Rye, and people that move next to the industrial site were aware of that when they moved to that area, and is always going to be. And like you said, for the Wharf, that's a big employment number for Rye, 300 people potentially with an increase. So I think it's welcome for the local economy. Thank you.
Councillor John Barnes, last comment.
Yes, it's one of the accidents of history that you've got a major industrial site, indeed a port, sitting alongside one of the most important stretches of coastline in terms internationally, not just nationally. So trying to make the two compatible is going to be extremely difficult. that said, I think we've done our utmost, and there should be some reassurance, I think, to the locals that the environmental permit, the environmental health permit, can be withdrawn if necessary. Because at the end of the day, you've got two very big employment aspects to this. One is the port, the other is, in fact, the Discovery Centre. Forgive me, Chairman. But I think we've done our best to reconcile the two in the interests of Rother, and therefore I think, on balance, we can rely on the environmental health tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Shall we then move to a vote, I think? All those in favour? Unanimous? And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. And we now, yes, please, bring Councillor Creaser back into the chamber. This might be a good time, mightn't it? Good time for a break? Yes. I'll just bring her in. Yes. Of course, yes. And thank you to everybody who spoke remotely and in the chamber. I think that would be a convenient moment to take a 10-minute break. And I see other councillors are nodding. If we take a 10-minute break, I would remind councillors not to speak to members of the public or about this or to discuss other applications, merely to have coffee and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Item number 10, RR 2023-1948P, and this is Springfield, Watlington Road, Watlington, TN33 0NA. And we have Sarah Shepherd again to present the report.
Right, yes, good morning again, councillors. This application lies to the south side of Watlington Road, within the Highwood area of outstanding natural beauty and outside of the development boundary. Members will have noted via the updates that the Parish Council support the application and will have seen the photographs supplied by the applicant of the existing green shack that is the lawful dwelling, and that's this one with the blue line to it over here. This application is a resubmission of application reference 2023-156P, which was refused in July earlier this year. The previous application and this current application both seek permission for an alternative development of a previously approved application, which was for the proposed demolition of the existing dwelling, which granted under a lawful development certificate and erection of a replacement dwelling. So you've previously had an application to remove the certified dwelling here and replace that with a dwelling. We've now got an application for the new dwelling on an entirely separate location. Permission for a replacement dwelling was granted in 2021 on the footprint of the existing dwelling, and in considering the relevant planning policies at that time, it was concluded that the proposal would have an acceptable landscape impact as required by policy RA3C, which states that a one-for-one replacement of an existing dwelling of similar landscape impact could be acceptable. This is the plan for the previous site. You will see there that the dwelling was in the location of the shack, which is over in this location, over in here. The proposal before you would be for the demolition of the existing dwelling, granted by the certificate, and the replacement dwelling, but it would now be an entirely different and new location as an alternative to the approved replacement dwelling granted under the 2021 permission. In addition, it is also noted that the entrance gates, which are currently closer to the road in this location here, will be relocated further back into the site so that the proposed new dwelling here would have its own independent access, and the gates would then gate off the rest of the driveway to Springfield itself. This current application has been applied for as a one-for-one replacement, and therefore it does need to comply with Part C of Policy RA3. In assessing the proposal against the policy criteria, the proposed dwelling subject to this application would need to be erected on the footprint of the existing dwelling and would be positioned on an entirely different location to the northwest of the host dwelling, around 75 metres away, closer to the road. The existing dwelling on site is a modest, flat-roof, single-storey building, and it is noted that the previously approved was to contain an element of first floor. Sorry, that's the previous approved replacement dwelling. First floor, but in comparison, the proposed dwelling subject to this application would have a significantly larger footprint and be larger in height and overall mass. The sheer increase in size, scale and design and its relocation would result in the proposed dwelling not having a similar landscape impact as the existing. The as-proposed dwelling sits among existing buildings. Sorry, if I scroll back through for you. The as-proposed sits where there are other buildings. This application proposes a new dwelling in isolation set away from the existing buildings at a higher level to the Verdant Road with views between the boundary trees. So behind the conifers here. It has a field to the west and extensive grassed area to its east. It does not represent a similar landscape impact and extends the presence of built development into the countryside. It is considered to have a significant adverse impact on the countryside and the landscape and scenic beauty of the AONB. Whilst it is appreciated that the site has some boundary screening by vegetation and is not particularly prominent in the wider landscape, these factors do not justify erecting such a large replacement dwelling of the design proposed, as this reasoning would be allowed too often to the complete detriment of the intrinsic qualities of the countryside and the AONB designation. It is therefore considered that the proposal would be out of keeping within the locality, resulting in a harsh urbanising effect upon the existing countryside character of the area. The proposal would give rise to irreversible harmful impacts upon the Highfield AONB and would be contrary to local and national policies. As such, the recommendation is to refuse.
Well, thank you very much. And we have the applicant, Robert Vallier. Is that right? Yes, please come forward to the speaker's chair. You'll remember that before you start speaking, you'll have to press the button for the red light to come on the microphone, and take your time getting your papers together. Once you've started, you have 5 minutes and no more. You press the button so the red light comes on the top. I don't see the red light yet. Thank you.
Is that all right? Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Or it'll be afternoon. No, not yet. Good morning. I've lived at Springfield for 23 years, and I'm now 70 years old. I don't rate being old very much, but one of the few good things, it seems to be mainly pain and pills you get as the years go by, but one of the good things that I get is a wider understanding of just what has happened over the last 50 to 60 years to our environment. Although houses have to be built, of course, I'm all for doing them in the most environmentally friendly way. And I'd just like to refer to something very briefly that happened a few days ago, well, 10 days ago or so. Frank Borman, who was the commander of Apollo 8, the first crew with Jim Lovell and Bill Anders that went round the moon, and if you recall, they took that iconic photograph of the Earth, what is called Earthrise, coming up above the magnificent desolation of the of the lunar landscape. And that picture, the blue Earth against the blackness of space, was what really sparked off the whole environmental movement. So I'm more and more conscious now of the environment than perhaps I would have been before. And as I say, while houses have to be built, I say let's do them in the most environmentally friendly way that one can. You will have seen, and reference has already been made to the pictures that I submitted and the details of the various planning applications. It's not a new application for another house. It is merely moving the existing permission from one area to what we believe is a much better area for the house to be situated. And I say that because of these reasons. The present access driveway granted is approximately 95 metres at 312 feet long, with much of that running over the front eastern lawn of Springfield. With a width of 4 metres, the surface area disturbed and destroyed would be 380 square metres, that's over 4,090 square feet. A depth of 20 centimetres for the drive means the volume of soil disturbed and removed would be 76 cubic metres, 2,680 cubic feet. That's the same as 76 of the large bags of sand or shingle that we have all probably seen a company like Jewson's delivering, 76 bags. 4 large trees would have to come down at the left edge of the house, and 10 to 15 trees of the existing hedge, mainly on the left past the access gates, but also where the drive cuts the corner of the hedge close to the left side of the house. On the other hand, the access requirements to reach the proposed new site location are far simpler and less destructive to the environment. After the gate, one would immediately turn right. A modest 2 leylandii trees would have to come down, since the land has a natural break opening and the site access is gained. And that's it. Nothing else has to be cut or moved. The new site is well screened by mature trees, and the screening could easily be intensified if required. There are many other benefits to moving the site to the front, and my daughter, who's sitting just behind here, will be setting them out. They include a much quieter time for the neighbours to the northeast, Bonnie Place, Ringlets Rise and Paddock View, during the construction period. I'm on my last page. I add 2 more points. First, my profession is not that of property developer. And second, a recent decline in health, namely breathing, as you might be able to tell, means that I must sell Springfield and move to a warmer, drier climate. Given how it's been today, a lot of you might want to come with me. But anyway, that's my aim. Therefore, I am all the more keen to resolve the issue at hand about my lovely home, as I have outlined here if possible, before departing for pastures new next year. And I am grateful, I'll mention now, I'm grateful to Councillor Cook and Councillor Field for their support in bringing the matter before the Planning Committee today. The bank vole, harvest mouse and hedgehog all nest and feed in hedgerows alongside a variety of birds, including blue tit, yellowhammer and whitethroat, while bats use them as commuter routes for foraging and roosting. 76 cubic metres of earth weigh 115 tonnes.
30 seconds.
115 tonnes. So I asked the committee, is it really necessary to impose a condition that requires the part destruction of the environment, destroy hedges and hedgerows, pull down trees, and dig up 115 tonnes of earth when there is a much simpler, easier solution available? Thank you, and I ask that the Planning Committee consider voting in favour of the application. And if there are questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Thank you. You came in on exactly 5 minutes. Very well done on that.
I'd like to say that it hasn't been rehearsed.
Of course. Councillors, are there questions? Are there questions? Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction there. When you say you're moving, is your intention to secure this planning application so that you can sell the land with planning? You don't intend building the property and then moving?
No, I have no intention to build the property myself. The new build. I'll be selling the Springfield. Whether it gets sold as one, whether it gets sold separately, is something that a potential buyer will decide with the agents. I mean, if it if I could move into it, or I could let my daughter, which was the original plan, to move into the new build, then that might have been very nice.
Okay.
But I cannot now stay at Springfield. I need to get to warmer and drier climates, and so everything will be sold.
So if we gave you planning permission today, your intention is to commence construction straight away?
No. I'm not building the property, building the new build at all.
Yes.
My aim would be to move and sell Springfield, as well as the building plot.
Councillor, thank you very much. But the personal intentions of the applicant, I don't think take us very far. It could be anybody or anything who executes the permission if it's granted. Councillor Gromer.
Yes, thank you. So why make a bigger house? Why not just take the original designs that you've been given and then ask for the move? This seems like a request for two steps, which is to move the property and also substantially increase its footage.
Well, with respect, it's not bigger. I think that information is incorrect. If you examine the plans, the proposed building at this new site is actually some square meterage smaller than the existing build. The pictures are a little bit misrepresentative of the original design on the existing site because it's on 3 levels. There was a basement involved as well, so above ground it looks a little bit different depending on what angle you take it from. If you take it from the back, you would see 3 stories, basement, 1, and a sort of mezzanine half floor. We don't have a basement with this new application. So the actual square footage is actually smaller than what was previously granted.
Sorry, let me clarify then. The footprint of the property.
Pass. I don't know about that, I'm afraid.
I think the officer is getting the plans up at this very moment, and we'll be able to deal with that. And I'm sure that
thank you.
I expect that's Rebecca.
This was my daughter, Rebecca. Yes,
she'll be coming in a moment anyway, so we'll hear from her.
7 square metres smaller the actual build area.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of this speaker? No. Well, yes. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, thank you for coming, Mr. Valley. I always find when I'm looking at plans that are flat, and I happen to know this area as I represented it as a councillor, the land behind your house falls away, does it not?
Yes, correct. It does.
So the building to the east of what I think are greenhouses is in fact at the top of a slope, and therefore actually probably has quite a considerable impact on the valley below. Is that correct?
That is true. It does slant, and the existing building would be is located in that area.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Well, thank you very much. That was very, very helpful and very precisely timed. We also have Rebecca Vallier Robertson, I believe, if you'd come forward. Looks as if the microphone is already on for you. Take your time in starting. We won't start the stopwatch for your 5 minutes until you start speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Rebecca Vallier Robertson. Obviously, my father is Robert Vallier, and I have lived at Springfield for some 20 years, so obviously know the property well. I'd like to make the following points to yourselves, please. Following the earlier refusal by the council to permit us to move the location from the back of the property to the front, we have reduced the proposed property size for this application, and it is now circa 30% smaller in footprint. and Watlington Parish Council are in support of this application, which was confirmed on the 3rd of November 2023. Policy RA3C of the Rother Local Plan Core Strategy was considered under our original planning application, and it was concluded that the proposal would have an acceptable landscape impact to the one it would replace and would preserve the landscape and scenic beauty of the AONB. This application today is a request to simply move the location of the plot and also to reduce the size of the property previously granted from 249 square metres to 242 square metres. It is not an application for planning permission to build an additional property within the land of Springfield. I would like to also draw your attention to the Land Registry Plan of Springfield, title number ESX 68148, which clearly shows a huge building, nearly exactly where we are proposing for the new site. Therefore, I do believe that it could be argued that we are building on the brown site of a working nursery building. Part of the report prepared by the planning officer's reason for refusal today is that the dwelling's overall height, large footprint, volume, and overall scale and mass would represent a bulky, visually intrusive, and overbearing dwelling that would appear incongruous in its location and siting set to the northwest of the host dwelling and building line of development in the area. I take issue with this. The proposed new site for the dwelling is on the right-hand bank as you look at Springfield from the road. The bank itself is easily 6 to 7 foot high, and it is surrounded by mature trees that are approximately 25 to 30 feet high, which my dad planted my dad and I planted sort of 22 years ago. So therefore the house would not be easily visible from the road. We can also put in additional screening so this privacy can be enhanced further. The neighbours to the left, which is Bonnie Place, would be screened by the existing mature hedges, again, which we planted 23 years ago, and to the right by the existing mature trees and bushes, which would be Windover. The site itself actually can't be seen from the main house of Springfield due to all the mature hedges. The site would be within the build line for the road, not outside it. Our immediate neighbours have an average distance of 6.86 metres back from the road. Bonnie Place is 8.7 metres. Ringlet's Rise is 10.9 metres. Paddock View is 13.4 metres. Windover's Garage is 7.3 metres. Sunnyside is 11.2 and Cedars is 10 metres. Oldways, which is slightly further down the road towards Battle, is less than 2 metres from the road, and there are various properties close to Springfield within Watlington Road with a distance of 3.61 metres and 3.39 metres from the road. Taking a mean of these gives a build line of 7.86 metres set back from the road. Our proposed new site for the build is 9 metres away from the road, so definitely within the established build line of other properties on the road. The range of house sizes down this road vary quite dramatically, from small cottages to huge houses and everything in between, with a variety of traditionally styled homes, some with a few contemporary twists. So this proposed dwelling is not excessively large for the area.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. For the present site, there are 5 neighbouring homes in particular that will be affected by the increased noise and traffic, etc., for having the dwelling around the back. But by moving it forwards, there would only be 3 properties that would be affected, which is Springfield itself, which is 32 metres away, Bonnie Place is 43.6 metres away, and Windover to the left is 72.7 metres away.
5 minutes is up, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, ran out of time. A lot of numbers.
It may be that
Sorry.
that councillors will bring some more information out of you when they question you. Are there any questions for this speaker? Please, Councillor Byrne.
Thank you. Just clarifying, I believe you said the parish council are supportive of this application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we all heard that correctly. Thank you.
Councillor Field has a question.
So it's not a question, I was indicating that I wanted to speak, Chair.
Yes.
At the appropriate moment.
At the appropriate moment, of course you may. But at the appropriate moment, any more questions for the speaker? No? Well, thank you very much. Very helpful. Thank you. Which does bring us on to the ward members, which would be Councillor Field, please.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. As you all know, whenever we have a policy, there is always a facility for an exception, which is why we have an appeals process. Looking at the policies outlined in the report, 7.2.3 talks about isolation. This wouldn't be an isolated property because it would in fact make the existing property less isolated. As we've discussed, it's not replacing an existing dwelling, but moving an existing dwelling, in fact, to a better location. And Mr. Valier and his daughter explained that, so I won't go into the detail. The sustainability issues in the report, in fact, apply to the whole of Watlington Road, not just this new development. OSS 3 talks about quality of landscape. This wouldn't be detrimental to the quality of the landscape. It would just be part of a very extended ribbon development, which is in fact most of the Watlington Road as it goes north out of Battle. The character of the village, of course, would be enhanced by this. This is a very strong village with a very strong community spirit, and I believe more dwellings with more people in it would just go to enhance that. I think we need to note that there is no objections from highways. There are no objections from the waste collectors. The objecting neighbours are not objecting to the application. They're objecting to what they think might be the precedent. But of course, precedent isn't something you consider, is it? You only consider what's on the table in front of you. As Councillor Byrne has just clarified, the parish council supports this. This is in fact a tidying up of a site where there's a history of building. It has been a nursery in the past. This isn't a new thing to appear on this particular site. And I would just add that as ward member, I certainly support this, and I believe my colleague also does. Thank you.
And thank you. And Councillor Burton, did you want to add anything? No. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Then questions of Sarah Shepherd, please. Yeah, Councillor Bayliss first. Then Councillor Groner, then Councillor Stanger.
Sorry. And am I being really thick here? Will we end up with two properties on the land, or is one being demolished and another one being constructed?
You could actually end up with two additional properties on the land, yes. Just because this application says it's going to replace the other one doesn't actually make that other permission invaluable. So you'd have to have some mechanism to preclude the other application from being implemented if you wanted to do this one. Otherwise, yes, you could actually end up with two.
And what would that mechanism be? It is a condition. It is a condition, is it not, that the former house would be demolished?
No. Previously, we've only been able to deal with this via a legal agreement because you have got an existing dwelling on the site there. It's not the same site as the proposed new dwelling, but there is an existing dwelling there that has a certificate of lawfulness. And there is a permission to replace that with a slightly larger dwelling. And yes, you would need to have a mechanism for basically rescinding those previous permissions in favour of this one. So the only mechanism would be a legal agreement.
And, well, we have our lawyer with us, Kirsty Cameron. Are we in a position to insist on such a legal agreement?
Well, obviously, the recommendation is to refuse that you'd have to satisfy the test for imposing a planning obligation, so a 106 agreement.
Well, but would it be justified in this case?
So would it only be to prevent the previous permission being implemented?
I think so. I think that's what councillors get driving at.
Yeah, you could do.
It could be done.
But then if you've got a certificate.
It would be complicated. We'd have to look into that into more detail and viewing the certificate.
Do you think if we're a long way from that, but if councillors were minded to grant, do you think we should defer to take legal advice and talk to the applicant?
So can I?
And I see Kemi has her hand up. Kemi.
Sorry, just to put sort of some clarity on what Councillor Bailey's asked about. Yes, we can, through a Section 106, request that the existing permission not be implemented, but that is neither here nor there. It can still, they still have they still have their within their powers or within their rights to apply for planning permission again in future. And so in terms of what Councillor Bayliss is saying, we cannot guarantee that the other house can still not come forward in future. So you are likely to end up with 2 new houses in future in addition to the existing house. So members need to consider that.
Sorry, no. Yes, I was going to say, I often say to people in my sort of layman's way that in planning matters you can never say never. You can't bind the world forever into the future. I did have some others lined up, John. Councillor Groner, were you?
Yeah. This is outside the development boundary. It's the AONB, but it's behind a lot of very, very old, big trees. What is the actual visual impact, and what is the impact beyond just visual on that to justify going outside the development boundary?
You'll notice the reference to intrinsic character and beauty earlier. The countryside is protected for its own intrinsic value. It doesn't have to be visible. It's a change in landscape character, i.e. an increased urbanisation of the area. So it doesn't have to be visible. I would add that the trees that obviously you saw earlier, a lot of those are conifers, so they're not native species anyway. They don't tend to have the same ecological value as native species. But, and, you know, their life expectancy is an issue, could be an issue. But notwithstanding that, it's the intrinsic value of the countryside as a countryside location. It doesn't have to be visible.
Sorry. So if the house was the same size and it had been moved, would it be recommended to grant permission? Is it just building on another part of this piece of land, or is it the actual size and dimensions and appearance of the dwelling?
Yeah, you do have 2 issues. You've got an existing property that's granted via a certificate of lawfulness, i.e. retrospectively, and it just precludes us from taking enforcement action against the dwelling that's there. There's then been a permission to replace that with a new dwelling. This application proposes a new dwelling, an increased footprint and height. As I said, there was a basement in the other one, so the sizes are not that dissimilar, but obviously the footprint and the height and things is different, so the massing that's visible is different, but it is on an entirely new location. It's not in the location of the existing dwelling on the site. So you've got those 2 aspects. There's a change to the design, and there's an entirely new location that we're considering.
Go ahead, Councillor Stanger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. 2 questions, really. I think the sustainability of the design is really good, and would that have to be, for instance, if it did get approval, if the committee decided, would that have to be stuck to, if this application, that exact design with all the biodiversity and the other measures? One question. And the second, is there any conditions that officers would be willing, as any compromise, to make it more acceptable, and maybe move the decision. That's just two things I was going to ask.
Yes, we do always. A permission is for what is applied for. So if there are specific design details, then yes, the conditions would be applied for that. The officer opinion in this case is to recommend refusal. If members wish to overturn that, then they need to consider the conditions that they think should be applied.
Thank you.
I had Councillor Drayson down first and then Councillor John Barnes. I think that was right. Councillor Drayson.
Yes, thank you. I'm struggling with this idea of replacement meters and meters and meters away from the original. But in the short heading, and it may be that I'm reading too much into this, this is in a new location as an alternative to the improved replacement. Now, is that anywhere else in the wording as opposed to our title? Has this been applied for with the idea of not actually proceeding with the extant planning permission? Because the word alternative is used in there.
That is the application, but it's how and if we can control that is the issue.
I think my question is germane to that. Presumably we could require that the building to the east, well, southeast of Springfield should be felled before the new building is erected. Because quite clearly this is a superior building, both in terms of design and indeed in terms of its environmental friendliness. The existing building is, frankly, would have to be replaced. And the question is where the replacement is best placed on the site. So if we were to require that the existing building were felled before the new one was built, then obviously you can't undo the planning history on the other one, though the planning permission will run out after 3 years. So whoever buys, presumably, and this is what I'm really asking Sarah, whoever buys presumably would have to go for a fresh planning permission, but with a planning history that shows there was an extant planning permission once on that site.
Kemi, you did have your hand up. It's not up now. Do you want to come in?
Yes, I just wanted to check if Sarah was going to answer that question. I don't think the one that's been granted permission is being built yet. So you've got that permission, which is still there. So it's either we have a mechanism where we can revoke that permission, or if members are looking to grant this, revoke that permission and then grant this. However, again, it doesn't mean that there would never be a house on that site. There can be down the future, somebody can come in and apply for a new house. So what you would have is 4 houses on a plot of land that is only designed for 1 or 2 in the countryside.
I mean, obviously our concern is about the dwelling that's already there that the previous permission replaces, and whether there is an appropriate legal mechanism to have that removed in place of this is an issue that would have to be explored with legal. We don't actually have that answer at this time because it's an unusual situation.
I got Councillor Field over the back.
Sorry, thank you for letting me have a second bite at this, because I'm actually rather flummoxed and I'd quite like some clarification, because I have always been told that you can only look at the papers in front of you and the application you're presented with. Yet there appears to be an awful lot of second guessing going on in the debate. Yes, anybody can apply for planning consent anywhere. I mean, we've got a house in our our house, somebody could apply for consent in the garden. I can't say in perpetuity there'll only be one house there. So I'm just not sure quite where this debate's going. Thank you.
Yes, several councillors wishing to speak. Councillor Drayson first, then Councillor Stanger, then Councillor John Barnes again.
I was just wondering, it's unusual, it would be against standing orders, we could always suspend them, is that possibly the applicant sitting at the back of the room could answer one question and stop all our second guessing. But I don't know if we're allowed to. That's true. Yeah, forget that.
Councillor Stanger.
Just one question: if it was possible, if members are minded to agree to approve, to put a condition in that they seek the legal advice officers with delegated authority to then finish the last bit off, if they were minded to agree. I don't know if that was possible or not, but I can see that general feeling.
So, although I think that's in the general sense, that's a possible way of proceeding, I think the problem would be that councillors wouldn't know what it was that they were voting for. Which would be very uncertain. Councillor John Barnes.
Yes, I must say, knowing this area and knowing the three houses to the northeast, I take it is, all of them very substantial houses, this would not be out of keeping with Watlington Road. Therefore, I'm just wondering whether, given we want to achieve a replacement rather than two houses in place of one, whether we could make it subject to the applicant agreeing to the rescinding of the previous planning permission. If we could make it subject to that, that would, I think, give not security against the future, but security against any abuse of this particular process.
Yes, I'm being advised that if we did want to proceed down any of those routes, it would be better to defer, because we can't resolve this here without agreements and legal advice and so forth. But that's only, of course, if we were minded to go down that route at all. I have Kemi wanting to come in again there.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm just listening to the conversation and the discussions going on in the room, and I think I do agree, if members are considering overturning officer's recommendation, maybe you could give us the opportunity to consider appropriate ways whereby we can seek legal's view in terms of how we can secure just one house and not as a replacement, and rather than having ending up with the existing house still there and also a new house on the site. More or less what Kirsty said in terms of deferring, and we will be able to come back with appropriate advice on how to go about it.
Yes, if we were, sorry, I was just going to say, if we were, if, but only if councillors were minded to think that this was an acceptable development, and I don't think we've actually really discussed that yet. We're still asking questions of the officer. Then I think we should defer, but only if. Now, Councillor Barnes first, please.
Yes, I'm happy to move deferment, but I agree with you that we need first of all to explain our reasoning. And my reasoning is quite simple. This is an interesting bit of the AONB, because when you look, and it's a very large site, I think those are greenhouses to the rear, because it was once a nursery, although not, I think, within my memory as a council. I was county councillor as well as district councillor, so I have called on this House more than once canvassing. This is a strange road, Wallington, and you get along it patches of development. Strictly speaking, this is not an isolated house. There are substantial properties to the east of it and opposite. I personally think, and this is a judgment call, that the impact on the AONB is greater if that house were replaced where it is, because it's the top of a valley slope. And the valley slope, which is where the greenhouses are, runs right down from just behind Springfield. So that house is actually quite clearly at the top of a slope. It'd be more visible than the house on the road. This is local knowledge. So I don't see it as isolated. I don't see it as out of character or type with the properties already along the road to the east. There is a small green field to the west, and then you get to another patch of similar type of housing. So I think on balance, we probably do less harm to the AONB if we can replace it on the roadside rather than on the backland of Springfield. But I wouldn't want to grant it if we couldn't rescind the existing planning. And that's why I want to move deferment, so that can be discussed with the applicant and agreed.
Yes, we do seem to be building up a head of steam towards a deferral of this. I would. Yes, you may. Yes, you may, Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you. I mean, I think listening to the conversation that most of us feel we would want to approve the new dwelling as being environmentally friendly and all the rest of it. But what we don't want to approve is having ending up with a plot that's split in two with an existing property that's got a certificate of lawful use and this new property. So I think we want to defer in order to sort that out. That's in short. I think that's in short what John's has just...
Can I echo that? Because I just think it's the unintended consequence of approving one plan is that we end up with two pieces of property approving two houses. The second thing that always sticks through my head is, if this piece of land was on its own now, would you approve it? But then I'm not allowed to consider that, am I? Because that's looking into the future and it's not on the plan. But this is what's, going through everybody's mind. Sorry.
If I could just, add an observation of my own, and that is that the permission for the one which already does have permission is probably only granted as a replacement dwelling for a building which has had a certificate of lawful development on it. In other words, this department, this committee, never had a chance to consider whether that dwelling should have been built on that site at all. It was simply that it was occupied as a dwelling and the 4 years elapsed and no action could be taken against it. And therefore, being a lawful dwelling by virtue of the reflection of time, an application for a replacement dwelling came in within our policies, one for one like replacement. And we now have an application for another one, which may be, not quite sure yet, in addition to or separate from, on a completely different site, and extending the frontage onto the road in a way which hasn't been provided for in our policies. So I just, issue those caveats that I'm not necessarily agreeing with all other councillors here when we go forward. I have Councillor Cook wishes to speak.
Thank you. I'm just a bit concerned, as Councillor Field is. The proposal before us, and I quote, is the proposed demolition of a lawful dwelling approved under RR 2019-7380 and erection of a replacement dwelling in a new location as an alternative to approved replacement dwelling granted under extant planning permission. That's the proposal in front of us, and that's what we really should be debating. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So I think that, the question is to what extent could we possibly future-proof the demolition and non-replacement of the original dwelling, and that brings us back to the deferment, really, doesn't it? Yeah. Brings us back in a circle. We have a mover for deferment, deferral. Now, who was it? Councillor John Barnes, and it was seconded by Councillor Bayliss. I think we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of and might there be a site visit? I think that would be a good idea, to be honest. There is a lot of Kem is listening. There's a lot of nodding in the room. Yes, I think a site visit would be valuable. Yes. So those in favour of defer. Sorry. We need a reason for the deferral, and I think if I can put words into your mouth, John Barnes.
To establish what legal basis would allow us to implement the application in the terms in which it was.
Thank you. And that is being written down.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, can you repeat? Kemi didn't hear you.
Sorry, to defer the application, said our lawyers consider whether it is legally possible to implement the application in the terms in which it was put to us.
So all those in favour of deferral, and that unanimous? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you. And that will be deferred, presumably, to the next meeting in December. Interesting. This is where I crash out, isn't it? Do I read? The next item is item number 11, RR 2023-976P, land at Bairnsbourne, Sea Road, Fairlight. And at this point, I redeclare that my presence in the room would give an appearance of bias, and I therefore hand over to the capable hands of Councillor Drayson, and I shall leave the room.
Personal declaration of interest is the ward member for Southern Rother.
Thank you, Councillor Groner. Right, the officer in this case is Katie Edwards, and I ask Katie now to present it to the committee. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This application is for a proposed detached bungalow to be situated in the western garden of Bairnsbourne. It is a resubmission for a similar proposal that was refused. Previous reasons for refusal are considered to have been overcome as set out in the committee report. Members were able to visit the site and its surroundings on Tuesday. The site sits just outside but adjacent to the Fairlight development boundary, with the boundary running along the road. The site is outside of the 50-metre coastal edge buffer, approximately 65 metres from the cliff edge. There is a stream to the west of the site, approximately 3 metres away. The site is within the red impact zone for great crested newt. However, Nature Space have had no objection to the proposal. As members will be able to see on the aerial photography, there are 3 dwellings to the east of the site between it and the cliff edge. The property to the southwest of the site was approved under a 2004 planning application and was formerly part of Bairnsbourne. The proposed elevations show that the dwelling would be a bungalow finished with render and timber cladding. It would have a green sedum roof with solar panels. 3 rainwater harvesting tanks are also proposed. There have been comments regarding overlooking. However, as the proposal is a single storey and not at a raised height, it would be difficult to argue loss of privacy, as it is not considered any additional views towards neighbouring properties would be achieved than already pertains from the existing rear garden of Bairnsbourne. The floor plans show a 3-bedroom dwelling with a shower room and ensuite. The internal floor space would be approximately 133 square metres, exceeding the minimum space standards. Here is an extract plan to show how the site is situated outside of both the development boundary and outside of the coastal buffer zone. In terms of the location just outside of the development boundary, currently the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing supply, meaning the development boundaries are seen as out of date. Paragraph 11D of the NPPF is a consideration. This enables permission to be granted unless areas or assets of particular importance would be harmed, or any adverse impacts of allowing the development would significantly outweigh the benefits. In terms of stability impacts from the proposal, the preliminary land stability and cliff assessment by LEAP considers that as long as the proposed development is undertaken, taking the general recommendations into account, it will not have an adverse effect on the stability of the existing sea cliff. When talking about ground conditions, paragraph 183C of the NPPF states that the site investigation prepared by a competent person should be available to inform the assessment of land. The meaning of competent person is described as a person with a recognised relevant qualification and sufficient experience in dealing with land instability. The NPPF also states at paragraph 184 that where a site is affected by contamination or stability issues, responsibility for securing a safe development rests with the developer and or landowner. As a professional in the field on land stability has no objection to the works, and without any objection from other qualified statutory consultees, it would be difficult for the council to disagree with their opinion. The proposed layout plan shows that the access and parking arrangement have overcome one of the previous reasons for refusal. There is a turning space to allow vehicles to exit the site in forward gear. In terms of drainage, the site is within a low-risk area of surface water flooding, meaning the government have allocated this as having a chance of 0.1 to 1% of flooding each year. The plan shows the proposal of an attenuation tank and the rainwater harvesting cylinders. Southern Water provided a comment on the proposal that they require a formal application to connect to the public foul sewer, but have not objected. Neither the Environment Agency or Leeds Local Flood Authority wish to comment. For the reasons explained in this presentation and in the committee report, the recommendation is to grant planning permission with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. We have 5 people registered to speak on this application today under our public speaking scheme. Just reminds you all, I think you've got the gist by now, it's 5 minutes to the second, apparently. So first up, please, we have Councillor Izzy Horsley, Chair of Fairlight Parish Council. Councillor Horsley.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your time, and I do hope that you enjoyed your visit to Fairlight earlier this week. It is a lovely village. Fairlight has a long history of ground instability and now has the coastal buffer zone to protect it. Fairlight is also one of 6 areas that Southern Water has designated part of their Pathfinder project to try and reduce sewage spillage at times of high rainfall. This spillage occurs down Lower Waits Lane, believe you me, and it has been happening very frequently in the last few weeks. The new build is outside the coastal buffer zone, but by 14 metres, and the property in whose garden it is being developed is inside the buffer zone. It's that close, as I'm sure you will have seen. It is also outside the development boundary, so it is a rural area, and therefore development should meet higher standards. And one house, it is only one house for your thing. This proposal is just not in the right place. The original application was turned down for 3 reasons, and I'm going to focus mainly on the parking arrangements. The driveway entrance is, as was said, only 3 metres from a stream. It is in a very narrow part of Lower Waits Lane. The stream is in a deep gully with soft earth banks. The road has a good surface, but it is an unadopted road, so it was not built to normal highway standards and, indeed, locally has suffered some subsidence on the stream edge of the road recently. If cars were turning and possibly reversing out of the proposed driveway, that would increase pressure on the soft mud bank, and collapse could lead to blockage of the stream, which at times of rainfall carries an awful lot of water from a large catchment area. The parking arrangements have been amended so that the hard standing is away from the northern corner of the property, where there's a 1.5 metre drop down to Lower Waits Lane Stream Lane. This is an area of questionable stability. If there was groundwater accumulation below the ground, which happens, this drop is also an almost vertical bank, and any slippage due to the water rerouting would cause the access road to become blocked. It was suggested that there should be no loading of this north corner area because of the possible instability. The plan also shows the attenuation tank going in there. It is difficult to work out the size and, when full, the weight of that attenuation tank, and that is significant. The amended plan shows a turning space for the cars, as was just put up. That is an area 8 metres by 3 metres, and I would suggest if you look at the plan, an average driver, a normal-sized car, would struggle to turn in that space, especially if there was another car already parked there. Reversing out of this proposed driveway onto the bank, onto the road, is near the bank, on a blind bend, near a junction, on a slope, on an unadopted road made to interesting standards, well, good standards, but not highway standards. The proposed driveway does also not allow for delivery vehicles to pull off the road if the parking spaces are in use, and I'm sure, as you saw, that's an issue. It is a narrow, meandering, single-track road, Lower Waits Lane, with no parking places, and any blockage to this would hamper access, possibly by emergency services. The nearest on-road parking, as opposed to passing places on the road, which are, believe you me, very essential, is, as some of you probably discovered, 600 to 700 metres away. That is a very long walk down an unlit, narrow, winding road, especially when it's raining. Not good for guests, which would have to park at the bottom of Broadway. So, in summary, although this proposal has seemingly many good ecological features, the Parish Council believes the site is inappropriate due to its position on the edge of a coastal buffer zone, outside the development boundary, very close to the edge of the AONB. The potential ground stability issues have not, we believe, been fully investigated on the ground, and access to and from the property by vehicles is inadequate due to the parking and turning spaces. This is a property on a small plot with a large house, and it is in the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. 8 seconds. Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Horsley, please? Councillor Barnes.
When I looked at the map which was done back before they put the flood defences in, it shows a Hubbard fault line. How close is the property to that Hubbard fault line?
The fault line is lower down Stream Lane. Stream Lane is the lane that comes down the far side of the property, and then it literally becomes a stream. You would probably have noticed it is a road. It's called Stream Lane, but it is in fact where the road runs off, and the fault line is further along that, but quite close to the property. And the problem with fault lines is obviously we have the berms to stop the sea water getting in, but water getting in will go down to the sea and may cause erosion behind the berms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Horsley? No? Thank you, Councillor. We now have Mr. Alistair Mitchell, who I think is a trustee of the Fairlight Preservation Trust. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. The Fairlight Preservation Trust is very concerned indeed about this application. We assume you are aware of the millions of pounds that have been invested to protect this fragile coastline. The previous application was turned down by Rother Planning for the reason that, and I quote, the site is known for poor drainage as well as being in proximity of a cliff edge where the stability of the land is a great concern. Development in this area needs to be carefully controlled. End of quote. True, this renewed application comes with a long geological report by LEAP, but in the Trust's view, it is of little worth, being by its own admission a desk report, what is called a walkover survey, using online statistics and historic reports going back at least as far as 1984. For example, the LEAP geologists have taken no borehole samples to analyse. Therefore, we cannot know how much water there is lying within the ground. The report provides a map of the area showing British Geological Survey boreholes, but they reveal no information as they are marked confidential. All the map, 16.1, really shows is that from the number of boreholes taken, the BGS thought this remarkably fragile area needed much research. A planning application submitted in 2019-2020 by a similarly placed house near the cliff edge called Changing Winds was required to submit a geological survey that produced 16 boreholes. They revealed, and I quote, weak geology and underground water. No such investigation by LEAP has taken place at Bairnsbourne. The LEAP report mentions a single site reconnaissance, which refers twice to the fact that there is only one house between Bairnsbourne and the cliffs, when in fact there are two, Merrylands, which is mentioned, and Grey Wings, which is not mentioned. Sloppy, hardly thorough surveying. They spotted evidence of an old soakway in the area covered by this application, but they did not bother to investigate further the state of it. In the Fairlight Preservation Trust view, the LEAP report adds nothing to our knowledge of the state of the ground today where the building is proposed. It uses only historic information. A visual report is absolutely no substitute for an up-to-date geological survey, and this has not been provided. I should also point out that the LEAP report contains an exclusion clause to the effect that third parties may not rely on it, effectively rendering it useless other than to the applicant. The Sustainable Drainage Systems guidance found on this application specifically recommends, and I quote, an assessment of the ground conditions and associated hazards assessment be undertaken by a suitably qualified professional geotechnical engineer, end of quote. There has been no assessment. The report offers no knowledge of the state of the groundwater lying below the surface at this time. Groundwater is one of two critical factors in coastal erosion. The other is the sea battering away at the base of the cliffs. Clearly, the berms that have been constructed have for now solved that problem, but water finding its way through the soil to the edge of the cliffs will also cause huge damage. That is why the expensive and complicated system of pumps has been installed nearby below Rockmead Road. There is no need to emphasise just how much rain there has been recently. Vegetation, of course, can help to soak up water from the ground, but for all the talk of bioretention gardens, there will be very little vegetation to soak up excess groundwater once the house with its tiny garden and concrete patio has been built. The owner has already cut down a healthy mature oak tree shortly after his first application was submitted, and other smaller trees and shrubs will have to be removed. On the subject of drainage, the latest plans show that there is to be an attenuation tank which will hold water underground. The size has yet to be determined by an expert, and it is not clear where the water will drain off to. Can you honestly approve a plan which includes a tank of unknown size, adding unknown weight, all in a deep hole to be dug in a very unstable part of the site? There are other reasons why this application might be turned down, such as the access and fragility of Lower Waits Lane at the site. But for the above reasons alone, the Trust strongly recommends that the application be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mitchell. I gave you Councillor Ilsley's 8 seconds to finish that sentence. Any questions for Mr Mitchell, please? Councillor Groner.
Thank you. Could you explain some more about the role of the pumps that you said were put in at great expense?
Yes, this is in an area which is further to the west of where we are. It's an extremely complicated and expensive system that was put in 2017, was it? Sorry, we should know. It was put in about 2010, and it actually takes the groundwater and pumps it out of the cliffs because there was mud slippage there. So you can imagine it is a very complicated system that actually is already in need of some overhaul. It's not something that one wants to have everywhere because it is very expensive. And we've lost houses there, and 6 houses on Sea Road have also been lost in the past 30 years or so.
Thank you.
And another question. In your opinion, why does that report concentrate so much on sea erosion? And it talks very little about the amount of water seepage into the soil.
Well, the report, in our opinion, the report is there to impress you because it's 159 pages long. It takes a lot of reading through. And I'm not actually a geologist, and I would not claim to have read every single word, but I think it is there to impress you. And they've taken what information they can find online.
Thank you, Mr Mitchell. Councillor Groner, I think that's a question for the representative from LEAP.
Oh, good. Great. I didn't know they were speaking. Apologies. Can I withdraw that then?
Any other questions for Mr Mitchell, please? No? Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mitchell. We now have Mr Kevin Legrand, who is Secretary of the Fairlight Cove Maintenance Association, I think. Oh, that's who I've got. Sorry. Did they change it on me? Yes, I'm sorry. In my list, anyway. Sorry, it's Mr Bradney, a neighbour. Thank you, Mr Bradney.
Kevin Legrand.
I said Kevin Legrand.
A neighbour.
Oh, a neighbour. Sorry. Yes, and you're no longer part of the maintenance. Sorry, you're speaking as a neighbour, but you are Mr Legrand. Thank you. My mistake. Glad we got that sorted.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to present some key points from my earlier written objection. Essentially, this is the wrong building in the wrong place. The building is too large for the site. Its size has led to a design where my home is materially overlooked. Councillor Horsley has explained the proposed new turning space on site is not actually large enough for turning normal vehicles and does not address traffic hazard and stream bank issues. The lack of internal storage space in the proposal will lead occupants in the real world spilling out into the tiny garden to create additional storage. Any building will contribute to already seriously overloaded sewage infrastructure in Lower Waits Lane, which the current Pathfinder project is trying to solve. But the impact on the fragile cliff and on neighbouring homes, as well as the proposed development itself, presents the most serious issues. Rother Planning is well aware of the issue of groundwater retention under and around this clifftop site. Huge amounts have been spent on ground stabilisation measures, but not addressing additional risks from new development. In particular, upsetting the ground with required site levelling and installation of an underground attenuation tank. Sinking foundations risks breaking the seal in any underground pools, leading to landslip through the cliffs. The weight of the new building itself upon fragile water-retaining ground, this has not been calculated. The loss of the site's existing water absorption capability by removal of current mature greenery. Now, whilst proposals have been made to address some of the impact of the building, they are minor mitigations to the issues from a building that covers over a green site. The survey report asserts that development would not increase risk. However, it contains shortcomings, as highlighted by the Fairlight Preservation Trust. But I would add another. The report asserts that the development, but no mention of nearby homes, should be safe from subsidence for around 130 years. This assumes a linear continuation of the recent current erosion rate, which is very slow on a historical basis. It's a point actually recognised in the report, conceding, quote, cliff regression has not been constant and occurs in alternate phases of rapid and slow regression. The calculation also ignores the effects of sudden destabilisation, despite again the report's specific acknowledgement of the risk, which says the risk of continued regression due to wave activities has been reduced by the construction of the sea defence. But the risk of slope instability remains due to the existing cliff slope angles and the possible and likely presence of perched water within the cliff strata. That's in the report itself. Now, from tests conducted for other proposed developments, it's known that such water pools do exist below the surface in this area. A destabilisation event, such as breaking into a groundwater pool, would create sudden and widespread land slippage, taking with it a number of neighbouring homes. Even if erosion continues only on the suggested linear timeline, reputable and official independent reports predict that the site may only have 30 to 40 years of existence remaining. The area is subject to a hold-the-line policy until 2056, followed by a managed realignment to 2100. So, after 2056, erosion will not be fought. Official planning for the continued availability of the Saxon Way coastal path, currently using Lower Waits Lane, also reflects that timescale. The survey report says, with the additional effects of climate change, including increased rainfall and the predicted rises in sea level, significant loss of land on site should be anticipated in the medium to longer term. Therefore, if the committee were to approve the application, not only will they be approving a building with very limited lifespan, but they will also increase risk to existing neighbouring homes. This is the wrong building in the wrong place. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Legrand. Any questions for Mr. Legrand, please? Right. Thank you, Mr. Legrand. Thank you. We now have two speakers in support of the application. First, we have the agent, Ms. Goldie Hawkins from Chartered Surveyors Hawkins and Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins, thank you.
Hello. I'm just going to sort of touch on the three main issues that were against the refusal points. Primarily the ecology and the drainage sections. I'm going to try and leave the land stability to the LEAP representative, if that's okay. I just want to touch on the ecology that was brought up for the first refusal being an impact risk zone. Nature Space have made comment that they have no objection now. It has been a Matthew Consultancy ecology report that has been undertaken to prove that the ecology impact is negligible on the site, which I would like to draw attention to and uphold that report that was done by them. In terms of the drainage concerns, this has gone through months of toing and froing with Sarah and Katie, and three means of drainage have now been proposed on the site to try and negate any additional impact or concern that the development site has. The introduction of the sedum roof being the primary point, that between 45 and 75% of the rainfall over that 133 square metre building footprint will be retained on the roof. Any additional rainfall that the roof does not hold will then be put into or split between 3,000 litre rainwater harvesting tanks. That is quite a large cubic metre of water that can be held, 9,000 litres in total. Going by weatherandclimate.com's statistics for average rainfall for Fairlight, possibly not at the moment with the amount of rainfall we're having, but that is the information I have to go on to date. That equates to about 30 cubic metres of rainfall for Fairlight. That is, in litres, 0.03 litres of rainfall, and this site is now proposing it can hold 9,000 litres of water on site and without it going in the ground. In addition to that, means have been taken to address any water that will be collected from the proposed driveway, and this is where the attenuation tank comes into play. The level of water that will be collected from the from the driveway, is considered negligible in terms of the current water that would be on site as it stands today. The attenuation tank cannot be calculated until infiltration assessment has been done by a regulated and approved manufacturer installer of a attenuation tank. That is not something that I'm allowed to calculate, and I believe this could be conditioned in the planning approval that this test is undertaken to prove how big this tank will be, and thus that will provide the information on how much water is going to be collected and the weight, which I know was a concern. I must also note that East Sussex County Council, Flood Authority do not wish to comment, and Southern Water's general comment was that a formal application is required to connect to the public sewer, which is a pretty standard comment and something that would be done anyway. To also touch on the concerns with foundations and upsetting the water level, the System 3E building block that has been proposed for the construction of the dwelling actually requires minimal foundations. This will be subject to a soil determination test regardless, like most buildings will, but this can be something as shallow as 100 millimetres, which is 10 centimetres. So the client and the applicant is hoping that the building block that has been proposed will limit any concern and deep excavation that is required in a traditional strip fill footing. I just want to touch on some of the points. Councillor Hall, was it? Sorry, I've forgotten your surname. Oh, obviously, sorry. Yeah, it is outside of the coastal buffer zone, and I would say that the 3 drainage measures that have been proposed meet a higher standard of any of the existing buildings that are, any of the existing dwellings that are located in that area, and I would say that it has gone above and beyond to try and meet proper sustainable drainage concerns for this site. I would also like to say that the turning circle is considered of an adequate size, which is supported by the planning department, and it does allow the cars to exit and enter and exit the site in a forward gear. The house that has been proposed is only a 3-bedroom dwelling, and 2 parking spaces have been provided, as well as a turning circle. So this is considered adequate in my opinion. I would also like to stress that the potential concerns of vehicles passing and entering and exiting that area of the world are the dwellings and the residents of that area will always have that same concern as, are they going to upset the bank?
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm over. That's fine.
We should have a big egg timer.
Yeah, it would be helpful, wouldn't it?
But thank you for that.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Ms Hawkins, please? Councillor Groner.
Hi, this is sort of related to the appearance and design of the building. When we all went down and had a look at it, we were a little surprised, or you can see it from the plans, but the way it sort of faces towards the neighbour when everybody else's houses faces towards the road. So it sort of seems to be very much out of keeping rather than...
When you say facing towards the neighbour, because the front door is obviously positioned along the road that you would exit off of.
I guess it's what you traditionally think of at the back of the house. It's sort of a wall of, it looks like, are they trifolds or bifolds? It looks like...
Yes, it's just a large opening.
Big doors,
yeah,
but it's sort of a glazed wall that looks outwards, but it's sort of, instinctively you'd think that'd be at the back and the doors at the front. And so,
Yeah.
is there any particular reason why
that
that choice was made?
There is a bit of a reason to that. Obviously, the way the site is positioned and the way where the road you would exit on as being the front of the house, if you put a large amount of glazing on the back of the house, that would be completely south-facing. So you would have quite a lot of solar gain and issues, and that you would have to try and come over. So by positioning it on the side, you do have an element of protection that you can protect from the sun, basically. So it's not intended to face a neighbour as such. It's just how the floor plan worked, and it worked quite well with the sun orientation.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse my ignorance. I don't know how attenuation tanks work. So initially it fills up and is very heavy.
Yes.
At some point it must be emptying, and hopefully emptied by the time the next deluge happens,
yes.
which is questionable nowadays.
Yes.
How long is it going to? How long does that take? How long do we have these full tanks in the ground exerting their weight on the largely unstable structure?
It's a great question, and I wish it was an easy answer. It's not quite as easy as I'd like it to be, because there is so many factors. It depends on how fast the water is draining into it, how fast the water is draining out of it, and where the water
How does it drain out?
Well, it has to be linked up to something that you can access. So if you didn't want it to go into Southern Water's drains or into the ground, you then have a purpose-built storage tank where the water would go into, which you can access yourself.
Have we got a proposal for that?
So depending on what the attenuation tank has to look like and how big it is and how much water it needs to hold, it will then tell me if a storage tank will be necessary to be able to access the water. Because there's such a minuscule amount of water that would be going into this attenuation tank, there's a high possibility that this attenuation tank is going to be rather small and light. So depending on, once the infiltration test has been undertaken to see how fast the water would drain through the soil and fill the attenuation tank, I can then advise a little bit better on how and where the water would go, how quick I can get it out of the attenuation tank.
And therefore how long
and
a
how
full
long it would
tank
take.
would be existing under the ground?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any others? I've got a couple. Okay, I'll start with my easy one first, because it's been mentioned in many of the objections. Is there a second toilet in the property? Because there's only one shown, and then there's a shower room. Is there a toilet in the shower room? Because the one that's shown is en suite, and everyone else will have to go through the bedroom.
So there's a shower room that accessed off the hall. So a shower room will always include a basin and a WC. Just because it's classed as a shower room, it takes the word of bathroom out to mean it's not going to have a bath in, it's going to have a shower. So it will be a working toilet in there. And obviously the master bedroom will have its own ensuite.
It just wasn't a little drawing of a toilet pan and a sink on that one. My other one, I suppose, given in mind, in passing, you said you're hoping the materials you'll use will only need a small foundation.
Yes.
We can all hope, because there's a lot of hope in this application, I think.
Yes.
But my question is going to be, given the previous objections have been addressed by this new application, but notwithstanding that, the history of the area, the concerns of the neighbours, especially those nearer the cliff edge, the collective concerns of the residents expressed through the parish council, and the fact that it adds just one house to Rother's 5-year supply, what is the imperative to build this house at this time, at this location?
It allows the existing resident of the area who has lived there for some years to downsize and still remain within a village that he loves so much. So it is a personal downsize project for him to move into with his wife. Now his son's left home, so that is the primary reason for him doing it. He likes the village and he wants to stay in the village until he retires. So.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Holcomb? No? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And now we have Miss Lucy Griffiths from Leap Environmental Limited, who completed the 159-page report that we all skimmed, that we all read. Thank you. Same 5 minutes when you're ready.
So, hello. Thank you. Very grateful to be given the opportunity to speak to you all today. A brief introduction of myself. I have over 20 years' experience in the geotechnical field. I started in the laboratories, moved up to field engineer, senior engineer. Now I'm a principal engineer at Leap Environmental. I have experience of everything geotechnical at Leap Environmental, and now I oversee other people doing investigations and their reporting. So today we're talking about a new proposed property in the rear garden of Bairnsbourne. Leap Environmental was commissioned to prepare a desk-based assessment considering the proposed development and the associated risks to the existing sea cliff. Essentially, for a desk-based study, we initially take a look at the historical maps and datasets from which we can interpolate certain information such as the retreating shoreline patterns, expected geology and therefore likely geological and geomorphic processes at work. We also check local information, published reports, articles and any available anecdotal evidence. A walkover or site reconnaissance is undertaken following the initial desk review. Make sure that we look at everything when we're there. This includes the site area, the site, the local area and the existing cliff. So as previously noted, the site is set back from the cliff by roughly 65 metres. It's north of Sea Road and existing property Bairnsbourne, or northwest, with a line of properties south of Sea Road and on the top of the cliff, fronting the existing cliff. The area of the proposed development is outside the coastal buffer with regards to new developments. The development site area, currently a grass surface garden, slopes down slightly to the northwest towards Lower Waits Lane and the stream. No evidence was found on site or in immediate vicinity of the site of any historic or existing or current or ongoing ground movement. We would be looking for evidence of movement on site in the existing cuttings along the roads, deformation in the road makeup, to the front, rear and side of the property, cracks in the garden or any cracks on the existing properties. No visual evidence of land movement on or in close vicinity to the site had been observed during the walkover, which I was at. I was with my colleague. The site continues, the walkover continued around the local area, accessing the beach from pet level to observe the cliff located south of the property. The walkover extended to the western end of the rock armour. The cliff immediately south of the site is noted to stand at a relatively shallow overall angle of slope for a coastal cliff of around 40 degrees, made up of relatively soft, extremely weak-to-weak rocks of the Ashdown Formation, which generally comprise sandstone, siltstone, mudstones, where between these two fault lines, where you've got Haddock's normal fault, around 159 metres east, and Fairlight reverse fault around 346 metres to the southwest. So unlikely to have any significant impact on the property at this time. Getting lost. Where the rock armour is absent, the cliffs exhibit much steeper angles in excess of 60 degrees, which would be expected. Due to the ongoing wave attack at the toe of the cliff and absence of shingle beach. So there is evidence that the existing cliff has been regrading to shallower angles over the past 10 years, with vegetation slowly growing, repopulating the slope, and likely due to the placement of the rock armour. The angle of repose will be on the verge of sliding. So when you're looking at a slope, you're looking at whether it's stable or unstable. At the angle at which it's at, we would consider it to be unstable and always trying to get back to its angle of repose. Therefore, we're saying that cliff is unstable as it is. But however, given the current angles and the time it takes for slopes to naturally regrade, due to poor pressure, changing in weathering, we can say that the current existing cliff instability will be ongoing due to the inherent properties and parameters of the material, in this case the clays or extremely weak mudstones of the Fairlight clays. However, the speed at which it is regressing has slowed considerably to allow the vegetation growth. Oh, right, okay, so, yeah. questions. Yeah.
I'm sorry you got cut off there, but I've just got a quite straightforward question which I hope you can answer. On page 89 of the reports in front of us, paragraph 9, section A, it says no retained tree or hedge shall be cut down, uprooted or destroyed. And it gives an example of what a retained hedge is. When we did the site visit on Tuesday, just looking over the front fence, it was very clear that at least 2, possibly 3 mature, in the reports we have here. Well, it's very clear that at least...
Sorry.
Can I ask this about
Can I just ask, which page, are you talking about our report or the LEAP report?
No, the reports we have here.
So Ms Griffiths might not have seen that.
You haven't seen it.
But also, when you get questions, could you put your mic on, please? But I don't think you've got a lot to add to this one, because you don't know what you're talking about. Have another go.
It's very clear that at least 2, possibly 3 mature oak trees very close to that front fence have been felled, and there's a pile of logs by the side of it. I just wondered whether approval had been sought.
I wouldn't know anything about that because I'm the geotechnical engineer and not the ecologist.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I noticed you did a walkover survey. So I'm sort of considered what's going on, sort of 80 feet down under the proposing you're going to build, basically. So is there any chance of sort of groundwater pools? In fact, question for you, actually. Is the erosion more sea erosion, or is it erosion from rainwater, sort of coming off the landslips, basically? Question 1.
So, for usual slope stability assessments without a cliff, you would be sinking boreholes and looking for where the groundwater's at. The site is actually not on a slope. It's at the top of a cliff where the ground is pretty much level. Therefore, we can go round and have a look at the cliff. We also have available data from the desk-based review to look at. However, there is a certain extent that the rainfall getting in the ground would change pore pressures, but most of the erosion on that cliff is coming from the sea, which the rock berm is protecting against that toe erosion. So quite a lot of where they've put the boreholes in the reprofiled slope, that had already slipped, and they've put them in to take the water out to control the pore water pressure in that area. It's got some vegetation growing back, so you can see it is actually working together with the rock arm. But yes, you've got pore water pressures at work, you've got earth pressures at work, you've got over-steepened, if that was a slope, it's an over-steepened slope. So the sea cliffs, if they're always going to be attacked by the sea and undercut, they're always going to eventually try and get back to their angle of repose. And that the main factor is water into the ground. However, if that is controlled and things are done in a way so you don't get ponding of water, and so any excavations are backfilled as soon as possible, etc., that should not, for the proposed development, have a detrimental effect to the cliff edge. It's set back that far that it's not considered to be an immediate risk to the stability of the cliff.
Yeah, so since the sea defence has been put in, most of the erosion probably is due to earth landslips, possibly. Is that, how do you think?
So since the sea defence has been put in, the rate of cliff regression has slowed considerably. The rate of plant uptake and growth on the side of the cliff has increased. It has, where I say it is slowed, it's not come back like 10, 20 metres. It has I know it has in certain points, but that is to do with the because there's some circular slips all along Fairlight, and that was part of an existing circular slip, like worked down over Rockmead side, where they did lose quite a lot of garden all at once, and there's other parts that have moved, whole gardens, like 100-metre long gardens have moved down, but it hasn't got that protection at the toe of the cliff. So it's going to just continue moving out. I mean, this cliff is going to continue regrading. It's a natural process. It's going to happen. But the proposals for this site are very unlikely to have any negative effect, immediate negative effect on the existing cliff, in my professional opinion.
Yeah, it's just the walkover survey sounds a bit sort of quite basic survey, really. Would you agree with that?
It is a basic survey, and it is the most important survey and the most important part of any geotechnical investigation or assessment, because you have to look into everything. You look at all the data available, you look at all the historic maps. I mean, without all of that, and just going in to doing a geotechnical investigation, it may be a complete waste of money. What we've got, this area has been investigated a lot. There's a lot of published documents on it. You have evidence from Google Earth, from documented maps of the cliff regression slowing, of all the things they've added, all the good, like the rock armour, and the boreholes to control the water in the slope. These are all positive things to help control the regression of that slope, and it sort of omits the need in some way at this stage, because the house is not on the cliff, it's not on the top of the cliff, so it omits the need for an investigation because there's so much information there. I am local to the area. My expertise is the southeast of England. I have dealt with these soils in the laboratory, and I have many years and much experience of how these soils behave. And when you do an investigation, even whatever you get from that investigation, you look back into the journals of what the studies have been done, such as Perry et al. On cuttings along motorways and roads and through different geologies. They've done lots of testing. You take all of that, and in some cases, you discount what you found in your geotechnical investigation, and you use what is in all the literature, and you make your professional judgment based on everything. In this case, there's a lot. We have a whole cliff to look at. We've got 2 faults, so we can be pretty confident of what the ground conditions are beneath the site without sinking a borehole. Notwithstanding, sinking a borehole on the site means getting a low loader down that road with a big rig on it to do a rotary core borehole, so you can actually detail logs out of that, because a comprehensive slope assessment of that site would require boreholes going not only on the site, but on the next door site, really. So you can get a good profile, but I can be pretty confident of the ground conditions there.
Thank you. I think that was a very full answer, Councillor Graham. Sorry, Councillor Gordon, sorry. You look alike. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. Whose decision was it to commission not a physical investigation, but a desktop investigation?
I don't know that. Sorry, I don't know. The client commissioned us to undertake it. We have experience of undertaking a number of studies along this coastline, so they have probably had word of mouth and come to us for our experience, but I don't know exactly.
In your professional opinion, would you, having looked at this site, have recommended a desktop, or would you have recommended more detailed investigation?
Due to the amount of information that is available to us that can help our professional judgment and the knowledge we hold as a company and from our experience with the soil type, I would say, as a geotechnical engineer, the more information we have, obviously, the better. But sometimes you have to deal with cost considerations, access considerations, safety considerations, and therefore, at this stage, a desk-based assessment would be considered suitable for this site.
Thank you. Okay.
Are you worried about the fact that you weren't given access to the Environment Agency's borehole information?
It's always nice to have more information. I'm not worried about it per se. As professionally, it's always nice to have more information. And if that information was to be made available, we could relook. I would say at this point, a ground investigation on site wouldn't necessarily, well, it's very unlikely to change our recommendations for this site. But more information is always gratefully received.
Thank you. I've got two more councillors at the moment. I've got Councillor Barnes and then it'll be Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Barnes.
Yes, when you were talking about the two fault lines, you were very careful to say no impact at this time. Have you got any view about at what time they may become relevant?
So with geological time, this can span quite a long time. So no is the answer to that. I cannot guarantee when that might have an involvement. It might be 100 years, it might be 1,000 years. You know, geological processes are slow in relation to our own time on this planet. So it could even be after we're gone that they actually have any influence on that site. In fact, the tide may take the site away before that fault would have an influence on the site.
Thank you.
Can I supplementary? Because you've rather anticipated my supplementary. Once they move from stabilising cliff to managed retreat, what's the likely rate of cliff retreat likely to be?
So that's quite difficult to answer because you have to take into account climate change now. It's quite considerable. So all I can say is that I would support the 5-year assessment of the buffer. That you just have to take it step by step with geological processes. They are a cliff retreat is happening a lot more now. You can just see in the West Country, it's, you know, they're losing metres and metres a day, but they have no protection at all. Unfortunately, where the site is, you've also had, you know, Hastings Harbour Arm being put in, which has stopped the shingle progressing along the beach. So there are a lot of variables on this site, but the actual site is benefits a lot from what they've done with the rock berm. It's going to give them obviously a lot more time to enjoy the area, all of the residents there, having that installed and having that third bit in the middle joining it, and also that management in that reprofiled slope. That's all positive for the people at Fairlight and for the development proposals at that site.
Thank you. Little did you think you'd be asked how long a piece of string is today, did you? Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure whether this is a relevant question or a material consideration, but would a report like yours be used for an insurance company as to whether they would insure the property or not?
It might. Sorry, my answer is that everything to do with my work is to do with risk. So, you know, when we're designing foundations, we put a factor of safety of 3 in, for instance, to reduce risks. So all insurance is about risks. So yes, it can be used to assess the risks on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Groner.
Yeah, so, you know, your great report, very, very in-depth. It counts a lot on what we know, which is that the cliffs are eroding. But you will have noticed since the berm was put in, there is still lots of land slippage. So would you agree that this is predominantly because of rainfall?
So the land slippage is predominantly due to existing processes going on.
Right.
Rainfall is a part of the weathering and the weather, you know, it's getting into the ground. So, for example, if you strip a site and a lot of the rain can get into the ground quicker, then that may have a detrimental effect on the slope, and it's the most likely cause of instability is that rainwater getting in. But the existing processes are the main reason for the cliff instability at the moment. Those angles are too steep to stay there like that. That naturally that cliff is going to regrade back. Maybe over a long time. It's going to be over a longer time since the berm is there. It would because it's giving it a chance. The berm is giving it a chance to regrade gently, rather than if it was attacking the toe the whole time and undercutting it, and then big sections fall off. If you look down towards the western end of the sea berm, there's a big rotation going on, which is almost at the back of one of the properties, and there's big cracks in the top, and the garden used to be like that, and now it's like this, with cracks all the way along where water can get in. Mm-hmm. So it's got the toe being eroded by the sea, you've got the water getting in here, so all the water pressures and the pore pressures are pushing it down, and then you've got it eroding this side to allow more collapse. And so that happens a lot quicker because the rock berm's not there to protect it.
Yes. But the pumps, I mean, the sort of in the report, there wasn't really much focus on the pumps that were put in at a huge expense with the specific purpose. And also the development boundary moved back specifically because of concerns about water building up in the ground.
Yes.
And so, but on the basis of your report, we understand and accept that there is coastal erosion. We know that it will continue, but does that not then point towards minimising any further interference along that piece of land or any pieces of land within a moved development boundary?
It does. I mean, within that garden where those cracks have opened up, if you didn't do anything, you didn't, like, you could put mulch over those cracks and it would stop the speed of water getting in there, and more likely the water would be running off. So you're preventing or trying to prevent the movement. So any proposed development is possible that it could have a negative effect by allowing more water into the ground. It would depend on the speed of the development and the weather at the time the development was taking place. So if it's done in a timely manner and the considerations are taken into account of what we've advised in the report, then it shouldn't have a negative effect on the existing stability of that cliff.
Not directly, but you think it could be a contributory factor?
There's always a risk that it could be, yes. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we going to let her off? Is there anybody else wants a question? Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, we now have, before we go to a general discussion, were there any questions being saved up for Katie Edwards, the officer? Anyone got any questions for Councillor Gray?
Katie, I just wondered, under the general comments, why, if there's any reason why the Environment Agency and the Flood Authority did not wish to comment. Was there any reason for that? Does anyone know?
I'll answer. No, they just said this size of application that they didn't wish to comment. They only comment on more major proposals. Yeah, and it's not for want of Katie not trying to get comments either. She went back to them again, both the LLFA and the Environment Agency and Southern Water, and none of them wanted to give any more comment.
Were they aware of Were they aware of the stream then, and this steep bank that we've heard about today from the parish council?
Yeah, they'll have had all the same information. Southern Water are well aware of the site, as the parish council have already told you. They're involved in the area, but they still wouldn't get involved. So,
Sarah, Katie had those answers all ready to give. Wait to step in and help if she's floundering. So it's now Councillor Barnes with a question to Katie.
Yes, it's a very thorough report in some ways, but I'm just wondering what cognizance Katie took of the fact that we're going to move to managed retreat in, I think I heard correctly, 2051.
It was 56, but 50-something, yes. 56, yeah. Katie. Okay, Sarah.
We've had lots of discussion on this, to-ing and throwing in the office with our policy section, even with building control. And we haven't got anything else to add other than what's in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
When the first application was turned down, there were sort of three almost conditions attached to it, which have since been satisfied, I think, according to the planning office. But why was it not turned down on the grounds of being built outside the development boundary? Should it not have been rejected on that basis?
Katie.
So with the NPPF, the development boundaries are seen as out of date because we're not meeting the 5-year housing supply. And the only reason that we would turn it down is if it significantly outweighed if the issues significantly outweighed the positive, and because we don't have any reasons for refusal other than it's not in the development boundary, then it's not considered a significant reason to refuse, if that makes sense.
It sort of doesn't, because it's only 4 years ago, so I don't know how we're out of time when the average house takes, what, a year or two of planning, a year or two of building, and we've got another plan coming out in January, I think, for consultation, possibly February. So the out of date seems like a very, very curious argument, because the development boundary, as we know, was moved for environmental reasons. It was deliberately moved as a result of putting the pumps in and trying to, protect the coast.
Sarah Shepherd.
Yeah. If if we do not have a 5-year housing supply, then development boundaries are considered out of date, all development boundaries. Irrespective, if we don't have a 5-year housing supply, then the development boundary is out of date, and we then have to look at the site individually, as we talked about earlier, looking at individual sites on their merits. And in this particular case, it is adjacent to the development boundary. It is in among other, it's surrounded by other housing. We wouldn't be able to justify a refusal on it being outside the development boundary, given its location in among other dwellings. We've lost appeals on that before.
Okay, so development boundaries don't exist unless a council has adequate supply. So otherwise, in the next DASA, if we don't catch up in the next local plan, like in the first year, we could be behind our targets, right? So that means now, from now on, development boundaries don't come into effect unless the council's met its target. Is that correct?
In effect, all the time we don't have a 5-year housing supply, then we can't rely on our development boundaries to contain development.
Kemi, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I think just to support what Sarah's just said there is that we are directed by the NPPF here. So where we as a council, we're not meeting our housing land supply, we have to look at the merit of the development or the proposal in light of paragraph 11 of the NPPF, which says that we need to approve development if it's acceptable and if it's within a sustainable location. In this sense, we feel that because the location of the development itself within other development and within adjacent to an established development boundary, as Sarah's just mentioned, it is classed as a sustainable location. However, it doesn't mean that there aren't other factors to think about, and this is where we are at with all these other factors, which is the issues of the ground stability, the flood, etc., which the applicant have brought application or brought experts in to give us their reports to suggest that with mitigating measures, all those issues can be addressed. And that's why you've got the officer's recommendation with a whole list of conditions to try to address those concerns or those issues or to mitigate those issues, I would say. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose my own comment on that is it talks about weighing and giving weights to the things, and it may be that 12 different people come to 12 different results when they actually consider the weight of that against the impact, which will lead me to a question before I come to Councillor Barnes of Kirsty, is that are we able, if we were of a mind to, refuse for new reasons that weren't addressed in the original refusal, or do we have to only address the 3 that have now been addressed, if you get my drift?
If you have the, I suppose, justification behind that, then yes.
Thank you. Short answer. Councillor John Barnes.
That's helpful, Chairman. I was going to ask what sort of weight was put, if any, because I certainly put a certain amount of weight on it, the fact you have roughly 700 yards of road without passing places. It's an extraordinary length of road to have to back up if you meet somebody in that lane. And I think it's a relevant factor when you're thinking about adding a house well along that lane from the last place at which you can actually pass a car. What weight was put on that?
Well, as members, those that went on the, sorry, you weren't at the site visit, but obviously we did all walk down the road there.
I was on the last side.
And there, obviously, there isn't a parking space as such, but there are numerous driveways to properties where people could potentially pass. But I mean, irrespective of that, one dwelling is not going to justify significant vehicle movements to justify refusal on highway grounds.
Any other questions for the officers? What does that button do? Councillor Stanger.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's a small-scale development, so does the council normally consult its own ecology, kind of, with stuff to do with the cliff and the underground water, if it was a larger development, or is it just generally not a... I'm not taking the professional opinion from the LEAP, but is that a general rule, or just a question?
We don't have an in-house ecologist, as you're aware. We have to consult the county ecologist, and we wouldn't ordinarily consult them on a site unless we were aware that there were protected species on there, not for a small-scale development like this.
Councillor Groner.
I understand there was a couple of appeals of similar projects which were built in the countryside, by definition, and that lost on appeal. There's Curlew Cottage and Warren Cottages. They're very close by. They're at the bottom of that field and across, I think. Were those taken into consideration in terms of what a likely appeal outcome would be? If this recommendation is supported.
What do you mean in respect of what aspect? I mean, neither of those sites were in a comparable location to this.
I thought they were deemed to be in countryside because they're outside of the boundary, so they're in countryside.
But they weren't in a similar location to this. They weren't surrounded by they weren't adjacent a development boundary. They weren't surrounded by other dwellings, those ones. So they're not comparable.
Were they completely isolated?
Yeah, well, and we're just going to come to Kemi first, Councillor Bayliss.
Sorry, I think I just wanted to go back to the point you made, Councillor Drayson, Chairman, in terms of the previous reasons for refusal and if members were thinking contrary to officers' recommendation. So the only thing in terms of the first reason for refusal, this is what is still being debated and members are not quite confident in the report or desktop assessment that's been undertaken. So that could be rewritten to explain members' concerns with the desktop assessment not being sufficient to fully trying to look for the right word to fully remove your concerns in terms of the local issues and things that are going on in the area. In terms of the second reason for refusal, I think that's been dealt with. That's something to do with the Great Crested Newt that has been addressed. And the third reason for refusal, which was the arrangement of the parking and the turning point, which we've got that now. And we have no objections from highways on that, and we have no objections in terms of the Great Crested Newt. So this just brings me back to that first reason for refusal, which is in respect of this ground stability and the cliff issues and the flooding and the point that you're not completely confident in the desktop assessment that's been undertaken and would probably prefer more support through a ground investigation rather than a desktop survey.
Thank you, Kemi. That was very helpful, but it's promoted two more questions. Councillor Gordon.
Actually, thank you, Chair. I was actually going to move a motion, and that was to. I'm not too happy about the survey as conducted so far. But I'd be happy with a more thorough survey. What's going on around the build site, and that's the way. So I'd like to sort of.
I'll second it.
Yeah, go for that.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to address this earlier because we were going to go into a general discussion. Unfortunately, because you left the room, You can take part in the general discussion, but you can't second it or vote on it. Sorry.
Anyway, I'll propose it. There you go.
So, was it a deferral to get a report, a more thorough report, are you suggesting? Or
Yeah, I'd be happy.
Well,
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I've just seen Kevin's hand go up again.
Sorry, I thought the motion was it to move for refusal on those grounds, or was it for deferral?
That's what
I think it would be a bit unreasonable for us to get the applicants to go to this costly investigation if it comes back members overturn that recommendation. So I think members should make the decision if you're not happy with the current position of this application and make the decision based on what's before you.
Thank you. So you're suggesting we should either accept or refuse what's before us today, and we can't condition that. I'll come back to you. I was going to, before you moved the motion, I was going to go to a general discussion because we haven't had a general discussion yet. So I'll go Councillor Barnes and then Councillor Byrne. Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I'm a little nervous about further investigation. I listened very carefully to the engineer. It's conceivable we will do more damage by boreholes than not. I think my real worry is the short time horizon in terms of the life of this house. Effectively, once we move to managed retreat, and I accept we haven't had a firm date on that yet, but we know that is going to happen within the normal lifetime of a house. And after that, we know from the engineers that it really is only going to be a matter of single figures before the buffer zone goes, and this is 14 metres from the buffer zone. So we're not really giving the kind of planning permission you normally would. Now, in some ways, that's up to the owner because he will take the risk, and whether he can get insured is another point. But that worries me, particularly since we are putting in, and we've very little information on this yet, an attenuation tank and possibly a storage tank, all of which will be of considerable weight and disturbance to the land immediately behind this building. I don't think its own foundations will be great because it's prefabricated. So I'm really teetering between two. I can see a case for saying, on your head be it to the owner, but I can also see a case for saying the risk to other neighbours of putting in that kind of drainage system might actually tip the balance with some of their houses as well. And it's not the usual effect on neighbours, but the possible effect on neighbours of actually creating more of a problem than we're going to solve. And one house is an advantage, but it's not a huge advantage.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, Councillor Barnes has just set another hair running in my already crowded head. My first view was that I was very interested in the form of words that Kemi was suggesting might be acceptable for us to put forward as councillors, not that she is suggesting that, obviously, but the form of words that she put before us, I thought would be very good grounds for refusal. And Councillor Barnes' comment has just, as I say, raised another point. I believe some authorities are being sued by people who've unable to get insurance, and they're saying you should never have allowed these houses to be built on this floodplain or this area or whatever. So I wouldn't like to think that if we did grant permission, we were laying ourselves open to subsequent action if proper investigation, rather than desktop investigation, proves that it was never a runner in the first place. So I'm minded to move refusal, and I know I fully understand the compensation that we might be awarded to the owner if the applicant, if they appealed and it was upheld. But I think there's sufficient reason to feel that any appeal would not be upheld. So I'm very happy to remove refusal.
Right, just before I move to that, Kemi's got a hand up again. Kemi.
No, I was just going to say that we cannot have insurance claim as a reason for refusal. Sorry, I'm afraid that cannot go in. That's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I wasn't suggesting we put it in, but currently it has been an issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Kemi.
Noted.
Thank you, Kemi. Hopefully, Councillor Byrne has used that time to come up with the wording for his motion while I address Councillor Groner, who just put his hand up.
I do have a fairly flexible reason ready, but I would let members have your conversation.
So would I. Councillor Byrne, try and put some meat on that skeleton. In fact, should we adjourn for all of 10 minutes? Well, so it's been moved by Councillor Burns, seconded by Councillor Gordon. Groan. I told you, you look alike. But I think I'll close the meeting till 1:45. In fact, should we have lunch or should we finish it? We should finish it. No, we should finish it. So we'll have a 10-minute recess while we work out the wording of that motion. So, okay. Yeah, and obviously during this recess, again, it's no talking to the public, no talking to each other about it. What we say about it's got to be in here. So, a quick 10-minute break. Recess. Welcome back. Councillor Byrne, you were going to move a motion.
I was moving, I would like to move refusal for the reasons that I believe Julie has written down. If she could maybe read me back a summary of that and make sure that it's what I intend.
I think Sarah
Sarah
got better notes than Julie or I.
Right, so it's that it's not been sufficiently demonstrated by either the desktop assessment or the drainage information submitted so far that the proposals would not result in potential flooding and ground stability issues, and in the absence of any contrary advice, we're concerned that it would harm the cliff stability and stability of neighbouring land.
That was, in fact, my intention. I'm very happy with that wording. And I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Yeah, it was Groner before. It was Groner before. So even you two get confused with each other. Right, so we're moving to the vote on that one then, please. So the motion is for refusal. For refusal on the grounds Councillor Byrne elucidated. Can we have a nice clear show of hands? Those in favour of refusal, please show. Obviously, Councillor Stanger can't vote because he missed part of the meeting. And against?
Yep, I would have had a very clear idea of how my vote would go.
One moment. Councillor Pearce. Oh, right, sorry, yeah. So, slow coming down. Right, thank you. So that was unanimous, thank you. And I can run away from this chair and get Councillor Meir back in. Sorry.
just make a plea that we've got members of the public and ward councillor for agenda item 15. And I wonder if we could change the order of the...
Can I ask you to wait and ask Councillor Meir in 10 seconds when he's taken up the chair again, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Meir, welcome back. I'd like to move that we alter the running order so that we take next item 15 and then perhaps have a break before the rest of the committee, not me, deals with 13 and 14.
Yes. Yeah. Well, first of all, can I say thank you to Councillor Drayson for chairing the meeting for a very long application, or it felt a long time outside there. But thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, I've discussed the change of order with officers, and that's acceptable. We can take agenda item number 15 now. And that is, of course, this is RR 2022-2763P, and this is Church Farm Bungalow, Main Street, Beckley. And Sarah Shepherd again.
Right, good afternoon, councillors. Right, this application is the subject of a call-in by a local member concerned that the proposal represents a new dwelling in the AONB outside a development boundary and having negative impacts on the countryside and the neighbouring properties. The application is retrospective, but still falls to be considered in light of the relevant policies. It seeks permission for use of a wooden cabin as ancillary living accommodation. Members will be aware from recent appeal decisions that we must consider the application on the basis that permission is being sought, i.e. as ancillary accommodation and not as a new separate dwelling. As can be seen, it's located within the garden of Church Farm Bungalow, and it is screened from by substantial screening from the road, which is along this area. The building you're considering is here. You can just see tucked under the tree there. It shares the access, parking and garden with the main application property, and the applicant cares for their elderly parents living in the bungalow. As per the committee update, additional objections have been received, repeating those already set out in the report and referencing impacts to the setting of the listed building, Chestnut Lodge, which is across the road to the north here. This neighbour is separated from the site by the road and hedges and trees either side of the road. If I just say that this is the cabin building that you're looking at. And that's the site again, the bungalow, stables and the cabin that you saw tucked underneath. That's the dimensions of it. This is another photograph which was submitted in the pack sent to you from the objectors, showing Chestnut Lodge in the background there. And as you can see, the cabin that you're looking at is on the top photograph. It's on the right-hand side behind the hedge, and with Chestnut Lodge on the opposite side of the road behind the hedge here. This is looking eastwards. The photograph below that is looking westwards back towards the access for the site. So again, Chestnut Lodge here is on the right. The application cabin is behind the hedge on the left. It's separated from the site by the road and hedges and trees on either side of the road. The listed building sits in an area of existing development within dwellings to all sides. Given the nature of surrounding development, this proposal is not considered to change the nature of the setting for the listed building. While noting local concerns regarding the use, the proposal seeks ancillary use of a timber building. The timber building is considered acceptable within the garden area and subject to the imposition of the relevant condition to restrict it to ancillary use only with the main dwelling. It is considered to comply with policy. The recommendation is for approval subject to conditions.
Yes, and we have John Bradley, the neighbour. Bradney, you wish to speak? Come forward to the speaker's chair. I'm sure you've heard with previous speakers, take your time before you start, get your papers sorted out. Switch the microphone on so the red light comes up. And when you're ready to start, we'll time you 5 minutes.
Good morning, members and chairman, and thank you for moving this one forward. I'm the owner of the property next to Church Farm Bungalow. And as the most affected, I'm here to ask you to refuse the application for the reasons that I set out in my letters, most particularly on the 6th of November. The case officer, Mrs. Maria Taylor, has referred substantially to the same Rother planning policies and laws, but we disagree over the impact on this application. I say it is adverse, and Maria says it is not. But we do agree that the development is in the countryside, is in an area of outstanding natural beauty, is outside of the approved development areas of Beckley, and it follows that the application be refused in the normal way according to your and Rother's planning policies and laws. However, within these laws, there is provision for temporary or permanent approval of accommodation to support elderly people, such as my neighbours, Mr. and Mrs. Slynn, with whom we have good relations. Rother's planning laws and policies allow exceptions to be made if the development is within the curtilage of the main dwelling. Sadly, there is no absolute definition of curtilage, but it can and is defined as the area immediately surrounding the main dwelling. And further, the curtilage should be no larger than the area of the plot on which the dwelling sits. Now, the site of this accommodation is 43 metres, or 50 yards in old money, from the bungalow, which is also separated by a large stable in between. I do not think that this cabin can be considered to be within the bungalow's curtilage. Indeed, the cabin is closer to my home, 30 metres, than the bungalow at 43. The case officer has referred to St Benedict's Byre and the application being approved by the inspector on approval. I visited the site on Monday this week, and I must say I found it had very little in common with this application, certainly insufficient to provide a guide as to the outcome of a separate inspector's view on any appeal. The inspector on appeal, and it was on appeal, did consider that the site here was 14 metres from the main building, and it was implied this was at the very limit of the curtilage. The inspector said it would be within the clearly identifiable domestic curtilage of the dwelling and would be sited directly in front of the host dwelling. In Burford versus the Secretary of State, 2017, EWHC 1493 illustrates the principle that curtilage is not simply a land use, and accordingly that using land as incidental to the enjoyment of a dwelling house is not determinative of that land being curtilage. This wooden cabin is 3 times the distance from the host dwelling in St Benedict's Bar and separated by stables. The Benedict Bar site is a small enclosed area of land in a dip between the existing converted cowshed and is approved for a new build small annex. And I've taken photographs that would assist. I hope that members will consider this application does not qualify for consideration because it does not fall within the curtilage of the bungalow, and if so, the application should be refused. I did research a definition of curtilage in Google, amongst others, and that referred to an area that was private, and inverted commas, a reasonable expectation of privacy and where intimate home activities can take place, whatever that means. But it does mean it's very close to the main house. It's not 50 yards away. If the members are not persuaded, I ask, as does the case officer, that they impose, in accordance with DHG 9, strict conditions on any approval. In particular, the approval of the use of the cabin is restricted to accommodation only for the 5 named members of Mr. and Mrs. Howitt's family, and only for so long as Mr. and Mrs. Slynn live in the bungalow, and on leaving or vacating the bungalow permanently, that this wooden cabin be removed and the field allowing the site to revert to its former status. In conclusion, for all the reasons that I set out in my letters, which are very long, and in accordance with Rother's planning policies and laws, I ask that you refuse this application. John Brennan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillors, are there questions? Yes. Can I let Councillor Biggs ask first, please? Councillor Biggs.
Thank you, Chair. This application's in the ward that myself and Councillor Ganley represent. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but he said I can speak on his behalf.
These are, Councillor Biggs, these are questions for the speaker. You'll be able to speak. You'll be able to speak later if you wish to address us. So, Councillor Barnes.
Forgive me, Mr. Bradley. I wasn't quite clear which property you live in, and I note also that the rectory is listed. Is that also relatively close to the...
Yes, it is. Rectory House is, it's very close to the cabin on the right-hand side. It is incorrectly shown on the chart as Prospect Cottage, which in fact is further to the east. So the answer is I'm very close to it, and the hedge in a picture which I have clearly shows how much closer I am. They're in my curtilage.
Councillor Groner.
Well, probably a question for the Chair. The Speaker mentioned some photos of this other case that's been cited. Is he able to present those, or
no.
Is that not allowed now?
The problem is we can only have things which have been submitted by, is it late on Monday?
Early
Monday, 9 o'clock Monday morning.
Yeah, I didn't know if visual things counted.
Because because it would have to be shown to the applicant, and they should be able to comment appropriately. So unfortunately, I have to say no.
Okay. But another question to do with the fact that it's retrospective. I don't really fully understand the history of how it got there in the beginning.
There again, these are questions for the speaker. At the moment, you'll be able to ask that question later of us. But at the moment, we're questioning the speaker.
I'm sure the speaker is very anxious to answer that question.
2.5 years ago, they started to erect this cabin, and I stuck my head over the wall and said, "What's going on?" And Mrs. Howitt said, "We're building another house to live in, and we're just doing this as temporary accommodation because it is cheaper than renting." And I said, "Okay, how long?" She said, 6 months. Well, at the time, we now know that they then applied for planning. It was they didn't get it. They were advised they weren't going to get it, so they just stuck it up. As a good, inverted commas, good neighbour, I thought, oh, well, don't be difficult, let it run. But it has stuck, and now at the first application, it was supposed to be they wanted permission, and then they realised they weren't going to get it because it fails all these policies. And so Mr. and Mrs. Slynn have been used, dare I say it, as an excuse, but it's not within the curtains. It's in the wrong place.
We have to be very careful that we have to deal with the application which is in front of us, and not less the history, and certainly not whether people are being straightforward with us or not. We have to give them a bit. Well, for the benefit of any doubt, if there is any. Councillor Barnes, please.
Sorry, I apologise for still being a little unclear. The photo which we were shown, which I think was supplied by you, but shown by Sarah, shows the hut against Chestnut Lodge or against the rectory?
No, it's against Chestnut Lodge. The hedge behind the cabin is higher at this time of the year, and it will be lower in due course. And then beyond that, there is Chestnut Lodge, which is another of the 3 adjacent listed buildings.
Any other questions for the speaker? No? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
That's very, very, very helpful. Yes. Thank you for turning the microphone off. That's very kind. Yes. Now, Councillor Biggs, you wish to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. This application, as I mentioned, is in the ward that Councillor Gansley and myself represent. Unfortunately, Councillor Gansley's not here, but he did say I could speak on his behalf. We're here, or I'm here today to support Mr. Bradley's objection and refusal for this application. It is an area of outstanding beauty. I don't know if all committee members have read the online comments on the 6th of November this year. I know councillors are very busy, but I'd just like to read, if I may, a couple of paragraphs. And it says, Rother planning policies. We've seen the actual structure, wooden structure, but if we have a scene, Church Farm Bungalow in Beckley is set 100 metres from All Saints Church in Beckley. This dates back to the 12th century. Opposite the Church and War Memorial is Church House. This was built in 1742. This is a listed building, and it was illustrated by Nathaniel Lloyd from Great Dixter in his famous book on brickwork. Adjacent to Church Lane is Lime Court, another listed Georgian building. Then we have Church Farm Barns, which are both listed buildings. And opposite the structure, we have Chestnut Lodge, which is a Grade 2 listed building. I don't think the wooden structure is in line with these dwellings somehow. And if you look at Rother's policies, policy DHG9, which is set to extensions, altercations and outbuildings, it says certain things that need to be done. They should respect and respond to the positivity of the scale, form, proportions, materials, details and overall designs of character, appearance of the dwelling. That's not in character with what's in they've got at the moment. They do not detract from the character and appearance of a wider street scene, settlement or countryside location. Again, not in contract with it. They respect the consistency of character and qualities of historic buildings in the area. Again, that doesn't comply. And lastly, the respect and response positivity to the character, appearance and setting of the main dwelling within its plot. Again, that doesn't apply. So I move that, yes, fully backed Mr. Bradney. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, Sarah Shepherd wants to answer some of the points that have been raised.
Okay, I'll just go back to the presentation for you. Right. This is the application site is the red edge, and that is the accepted garden curtilage to go with Church Farm Bungalow. It's long established, it's the planning unit, the residential planning unit. So whatever anybody else's opinion is, it is established in planning in previous historic applications that this is the garden area for Church Farm Bungalow. So this annex is located in that garden area. That's not up for consideration here. That is fact in terms of our planning legislation that we're dealing with here today. Turning to some of the comments of Councillor Biggs just a moment ago, this is a timber outbuilding. We wouldn't expect a brick, stone, whatever outbuilding within the curtilage of a bungalow. We'd expect it to be something that was timber and appear as an outbuilding, not a substantial new dwelling. As I said before, this is an application for ancillary use. It's not proposed as a separate dwelling. It shares its access and things with the main dwelling off to the, which as we saw on the plan, is off to the west here. The access comes in from the road, access and parking there. The footpath goes through the site, past the stables to the annex here. You know, I'm not saying that everybody's completely happy, but if we had an application again, we'd be hard-pressed to say no, even if it wasn't retrospective. It is only an application for an annex, not for a separate dwelling.
Just one question there, I think perhaps for legal. How do we regard this as this is a retrospective application? Does that carry any weight one way or the other?
We treat it as any other application.
Thank you. So we treat it as any other application is the advice that we receive on that. Councillor John Barnes, then Councillor Groner.
I suspect you may rule this question out of order, but I do want to ask Sarah Shepherd why they haven't gone for an annex to the bungalow, which would be clearly in the curtilage, do much less harm to the neighbourhood, and why they've gone for a timber hut over 50 yards from the bungalow.
That's what they've applied for, and that's what we're considering.
I think just to add, obviously we have to consider the application on its merits. The fact that anybody submits a retrospective, the only issue with that is it's at their risk. If the application isn't granted, then they have to rectify it. But, you know, you're looking at the application on its merits and not speculating as to why they didn't do it here or why they didn't do it there. We have to look at it and make a decision.
And I'd like to ask another question of legal, which is it's been suggested that there could be a personal condition limiting this to the...
Yes.
Is it personal?
Yeah, condition 2.
It was temporary, I think, was what was being asked.
Condition 2 states the building hereby permitted is permitted solely as an additional accommodation for the existing dwelling known as Church Farm Bungalow and shall not be occupied by any person who is not a member of the family as defined in section 186 of the Housing Act 1985. residing in the family dwelling, so it's already in there.
Yes, I think perhaps the speaker was suggesting it should be certain named individuals. It went slightly beyond that. Kemi wishes to come in on that.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. I know I've been asked this question a few times about the use of personal conditions. We cannot use personal conditions in this type of situation because the permission itself is attached to the development and to the land. It is difficult to justify the use of a personal condition in any situation, and we have that condition which we normally use for stopping annexes from being subdivided or the land being subdivided or used as a separate dwelling, which is more than sufficient to deal with any concerns members have. But we cannot use a personal condition to tie an annex to a specific residence of a property.
Thank you. That seems very clear advice. Now, several councillors wishing to speak.
I was first.
Yeah. I think Councillor Bayliss was first, in my opinion. Councillor Bayliss, and then Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I think. Are we moving on to general discussion now? Or are we still asking questions?
We can interpose questions as we go. But if this is purely a question, let's take the question first.
Well, the question is, what is the definition of annex? I just got to be very clear on what the definitions are. In my mind, an annex is something emanating from another building, but can somebody give me the actual definition, please? Sorry.
I mean,
Sorry, Chair, do you want... Is Sarah answering that? Sarah? Okay.
Yeah, I can do. I was going to say there's no specified definition within the MPPF or the GPDO or anything like that. As you say, an annex is an ancillary, a secondary building to a main one. So the main dwelling, and then you have an ancillary for additional accommodation. It's to be used in addition to the main dwelling, not separately from the main dwelling.
Just to add to that, not as a separate planning unit.
It's a very fine line, guys, isn't it?
Just a minute. I think Councillor Gordon wants to ask something.
Thank you, Chair. To Sarah. Sarah, can we go for temporary planning? I believe there's some elderly parents living there, is that correct? Who's living in there at the moment?
The elderly parents live in the main house. Yeah.
So we couldn't do temporary accommodation then? Sorry, temporary planning.
And Kem is shaking her head as well. So I think the answer is no. Councillor Drayson and then Councillor Bayliss.
I think it was Councillor Bayliss first, wasn't it?
Well,
yes, I'd like to move the recommendation. I think the safeguards are all there in the paragraph 2. Yes, I understand the idea of an annex, but I mean we've got a town hall annex, which is an attached building to the town hall. You have to go outside to get in the annex. So I think it falls within the definition of an annex. It's tied in to the family that are living there, or if that property is sold, it would tie into the family that subsequently bought the property, I assume. So that would sort of in perpetuity mean that the planning application or the planning permission we gave, went forward with whoever owned that building. So I would like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. We've still got councillors speaking. There's Councillor Drayson and there is then Councillor Mary Barnes online. So Councillor Drayson first.
Thank you. I take the point that was made about us taking it as if it were an application. But if this were an application, I would expect more of a plan than a simple line drawing of a 14 by 4.5 metre outline. There's no details of what in there. There's no sinks, toilets, beds, divisions. Sorry, I'm looking on the... You've got something else, have you? Because I've got the... But not in the plan. Thank you.
Yeah, well, a description, no. I think, Councillor Drayson, you're right. I think we would expect more detailed plans than this normally, if we were expecting this from scratch.
I suppose the problem is it's been built.
And there would probably be negotiations or talks between the applicant and councillors about the exact design and appearance and so on, none of which we've had the benefit of. Now, I was going to take Councillor Mary Barnes, and then Councillor Mary Barnes first.
Thank you very much. I'm not entirely sure I know what's actually inside this building. Is it complete with a kitchen, a bathroom, bedrooms, and all the rest of it? If it is, then it's hardly ancillary, because ancillary implies that you are dependent on the main house for maybe getting out the table. If it isn't, then surely the fact that we can't actually nail it to the present inhabitants means that eventually it could become an Airbnb. It could be allowed to deteriorate and become an eyesore. What exactly? What do we have as a complete fail-safe for giving this planning approval, and then thinking, further down the line, whoops, that was a terrible error. I mean, I was just thinking, we have we have a building in our garden which is ancillary to our main house. It doesn't have a kitchen, so it's dependent on my family coming into the house to use the washing machine, to have meals. And that was 10 years ago, when it was quite clearly laid down that ancillary meant dependent on the main house. I can see that this very loose appreciation of what an ancillary building is going to lead to little sort of huts springing up all over the place, because there is absolutely no legal framework that I'm sure that there is, but it doesn't appear that there's any legal framework that actually protects the AONB, the neighbours. Why should we allow this to happen? It's not necessary. We've heard very little about the people in the house and how dependent they are. We do know that there are horses and the twins who live in the shed are looking after it. That's fine, but they didn't need to have to do that. They could have actually had a property elsewhere and come in to do that. So a little bit more information might have been nice.
Yes, now I think there's a question there that maybe legal and officers can answer. Can we have a condition that this cannot be used as Airbnb, or is that implicit in the condition as to being used as an annex anyway?
The condition is very... The condition is very specific. It can only be occupied by family members of the family living in the main bungalow. If they started to let it as Airbnb separately, then they would be in breach of the condition.
So that is already covered, and I think Councillor Mary Barnes' other question was really about the definition of an annex.
Yes, it's the definition of what is ancillary. We know about annexes because that's been gone into. We know about curtilage because that's been gone into. Where does ancillary come in?
Yeah, I can speak as well.
Yes, Kemi, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. As we've already sort of mentioned, there isn't any, and as Sarah already said, there is no legal definition of what can constitute an annex. We can only go by what what is gone before us, like appeal decisions and what comes through from from case laws, which I cannot remember ever seeing one yet, but in a most recent appeal decision we had, we were awarded cost against us for thinking that, or for dealing with an annex as it would be a single dwelling house. And I think that is more than enough in terms of how inspectors are viewing this and the type of interpretation coming for this type of uses. And Sarah has already stated that that condition that we've used is being used a lot of times. I use one that we actually include should not be subdivided, but the condition we have here in Rother still covers that it cannot be occupied by a family that is not related to anyone living in the main dwelling house. So that is the tie. That is the condition that if that is breached, then we can take action against.
I was just going to say something very briefly, that it had also been raised that we could have things popping up everywhere. Well, we have our present policies. We have to apply our present policies. Of course, policies can be changed. We are revising the local plan at this very moment. If that is a problem, it can be worked through into policy, but we have to decide this application on our present policies. Sarah Shepherd.
I'd just like to add on what Kemi was saying. We've had a couple of decisions now where we've lost appeals because we've refused an application on the basis that it was tantamount to the creation of a dwelling in the countryside, i.e. it has, as Councillor Mrs Barnes was just saying, this one is the same. It's got 2 bedrooms, it has got a kitchen living room area, and it's got a bathroom. So in effect it is self-contained, but because the application is stated to be an annex for use in association with the main house, that is what we have to consider. And in the recent appeal decision that you had this summer, as Kemi just said, we not only was that appeal allowed, but we also had costs awarded against us. So we have very recent case appeals for this type of thing, and we would be looking at the same thing again here. If we tried to refuse this because it's tantamount to the creation of a new dwelling in the countryside, then we're going to be in that same scenario of it being allowed and potentially having costs awarded against us again.
Councillor John Barnes.
Chairman, to my mind, we're in some danger of focusing so much on a non-issue that we're not facing 2 other issues that we should face. I've accepted the advice, incidentally, recently on a property in my own area, that an annex can be a converted barn, but it was an existing barn. It wasn't something that was put up de novo. And I think it is relevant that this is retrospective, because we are in an area with really most of the buildings, apart from the bungalow, are in fact listed. This is undoubtedly going to have an impact on Chestnut Lodge. I would argue probably has an impact on the rectory as well. So that's a consideration which we ought to take into mind. But what is much more relevant is we are in the AONB, and we have very specific duties in the MPPF to conserve and enhance the AONB. This isn't a Wealden barn. I have one of those on my own property, 1872. It has a pitched roof, and so too do the farm buildings that have been converted on the farm owned by our neighbour. This is timber, but it's virtually flat-roofed. It's a very slight pitch. It really is not a very elegant building. To say it conserves or enhances the OMB, frankly, is a joke. And I really think we are focusing on the wrong issue in focusing on whether or not this is an annex. I have my doubts about leaving curtilage quite as undefined as we are, because I have to say, if anybody told me I had a curtilage to the extent to the end of my garden, I would cheer. But I know damn well I wouldn't get it, because I own
quite a bit of land, which is actually all down to garden. I don't see any garden here whatsoever or any history of a garden. So the notion this is curtilage, I think is questionable. But leave that on one side. I think we need to focus on the fact that it is extremely poor design, that it doesn't enhance and does not conserve the OMB. And frankly, I'm not prepared to vote for it.
Has there been... I'm being asked if that's a proposal.
I will propose.
Oh, well. We have a...
I will propose refusal if that's turned out.
If that fails, you can, but obviously you've already got a proposal on the table. Yeah.
Not at that stage, it was... we have a proposer to accept the officer's recommendation that permission be granted. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Gray. Now, Councillor Groner, you wanted to say something?
Well, it was a sort of a follow-on from Councillor Barnes, and I'm just looking at conditions 2, and the reason given for conditions 2 is in the interest of protecting the character of the area and to preclude the creation of a new dwelling within the countryside. And so it seems that that argument actually applies more to the AONB of where it is and the fact that everything's deeply historic. And we discussed earlier with Sarah about the intrinsic, nature of the AONB that needs to be preserved. So I just wanted to add that as a supplement to Councillor Barnes.
Yes,
Like Councillor Mear asked something about this earlier. As you're all aware, there are permitted development rights for erecting structures within your gardens. A barn, an outbuilding of this sort of size could be erected within this garden as permitted development if it were not for the fact that this was being used for ancillary residential accommodation. So I know Councillor Barnes's comments just a moment ago about design and things, but I mean, if this building was put up as a workshop, a garden room, then they could potentially be doing that without submitting a planning application to us.
That scarcely means it enhances the OMB.
I have to say, in terms of appearance, I agree completely with Councillor John Barnes. I think this is an appalling structure. It looks absolutely terrible. I can't possibly imagine that it would have got past officers if it had been applied for in the usual way. But, of course, we have to take Sarah's point that something very much like that can be there without permission. So would us refusing it today serve any useful purpose whatsoever? I doubt whether it would. And then if we went on appeal to an inspector, why would the inspector not allow the appeal? We're in a quandary. We really are in a quandary.
Impact on listed buildings, Chairman.
Impact on listed buildings. I'm being told no. Not the officer's advice is that there's no real impact on the listed buildings. It's too well screened and too small and too far away.
I would ask that photo is put up again of Chestnut.
When you're considering the setting of a listed building, you're considering what was around when that listed building was built, whether the nature of the character of the land is changing. This is an existing residential property. There are residential properties all around the listed building. This doesn't change that character. And therefore, we would not say that it's changing the setting of the listed building. Just the visual impact isn't the only consideration.
Kemi, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to what Sarah's just said. And when you're considering the impact on a setting of a listed building from a development, you need to look at the scale of that development, whether or not it's is obscuring the listed building from view. You cannot read the listed building without with that building in its front. In this case, you've got a building that is set within the grounds. It's a single story. You've got the hedges and the planting and the screening around the site, which obscures it from the street scene, from the views. Yes, if you're stood in the first floor of the can't remember which direction, but if you're stood on the first floor of the adjacent listed building, then yes, you might look down on it and see everything within the garden, but it doesn't mean that when you're in your garden, it's obscuring or impacting on the enjoyment of your garden. So I would struggle to find a reason to refuse something that you can see clearly and you can see the impact and assess that and say that it would impact on the setting of a listed building, or even to the point of saying it's harming the character of the listed building. In this case, I don't agree with that.
I think we're moving towards a vote, but Councillor Gordon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm very disappointed actually, because technically I could go to Skinner's Sheds, grow my hedge up, stick a shed in the garden, come back in a year's time with a big shed in the garden and go for planning permission. Is that correct? As long as it's called an annex. Well, you know, it's ridiculous. We're actually protecting the AONB around here.
Well, as Sarah is saying, we are where we are, and we have to think of those permitted development rights, that we can't actually stop a similar structure to that being there without permission. Councillor Drayson.
Thank you. It follows on partly from Councillor Gordon, because I'm struggling with this idea of, if it's always for that family or for the members of the family, whoever's in that building, yes. I've got a real problem how that is not creating a new dwelling. I know it's ancillary to that house, but it's a dwelling. They could have put up a shed, fine, but they didn't. They put up a shed and put people in it, and they've had to come back after enforcement to ask for permission. But that is a dwelling. I don't care however, even if it's only for their family, I know it's ancillary, but it's a new dwelling, surely, in the AONB, and we shouldn't be allowing it.
Well, yes, you know, we have the appeal case, and that's our difficulty. I think we do have to move. We have discussed it. We've chewed it over. I think we have to move to a vote. Yes, and yes. So the proposal is to accept the officer's recommendation to give approval as sought on those conditions. Those in favour? And those against? And abstentions? Councillor Creaser. So that is carried with 8 for, 4 against, and 1 abstention. And I still say it's an ugly building, and I do wish that our policies could deal with this. I think we should now adjourn for half an hour for a midday adjournment. Back at 3 o'clock. I know, Councillor Bayliss, that you can't make the afternoon session. Councillor Grayson can't make the afternoon session.
Just let you know also. Hang on a minute.
We're not quite finished, everybody. Quiet.
Just I have to pick up my children shortly, so I will not be returning it.
And you will not be returning either, Councillor Stranger. Thank you all. 3 o'clock.
Yeah, you can. I thought it was going to be a 5-hour meeting. I thought it was...
Your patience in coming back. So we shall resume the Planning Committee meeting. Kemi can here. There was a technical problem. Agenda item number 12, RR 2023 1210P, that's 1B Amherst Road, the old Autolec buildings in Bexhill, which is just over the back from here. And it is Sarah Shepherd will present the officer's report.
Good afternoon, councillors. Hope you're suitably refreshed now. This application is before committee because the council is the landowner and is the applicant. This sort of application wouldn't ordinarily come to committee. And it's for the demolition of the Autolec building and garages to the rear of the Town Hall building in the red edge here. There is a problem with, particularly, it's the Autolec building to the right-hand side here, the back wall of which is cracking, it's bowing in towards the car park for the Housing Association land to the west here. And part of their car park is actually unable to be used because it's fenced off. So the application, as we say, is for the demolition. It's accompanied by a method statement, comprehensive method statement, and reference to all the necessary safety guidelines for the removal of the building. There is some issues potentially with asbestos being on site as well, so there are details to cover that. As I say, we've got the full method statement and asbestos report, and it is considered that these buildings should be removed for safety buildings. Whether we have any development in the future or not remains to be seen, but there are safety issues, so hence we have the demolition. And the recommendation before you is to accept the submission of the documents and to allow demolition to take place. Thank you.
Well, are there any questions about that? Councillor Gray.
Thank you very much. Sarah, I'm just interested to know, are they going to build another boundary? Because I know the residents of Magna Court are really worried because that acts as the boundary, and they're worried that if the building goes, people will be able to just access the back of their building.
The council would put some sort of boundary up along there, but I'm afraid I'm not 100% sure of what the details are for that. But yes, we will make sure that that's considered, yes.
That's a sufficient reassurance.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to say anything at all?
Yes.
Do we have a proposer or seconder?
Councillor Gordon will propose.
Councillor John Barnes proposed. Councillor Gordon second. All those in favour? Sorry? Oh, I've already asked them that. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Which brings us to agenda item number 13, which is RR 2023-1743P, Car Park Central, Coastal Control Centre, Old Lid Road, Canberra. And this is Sarah Shepherd.
Yes. This application again is reported to committee because it is the council-owned land and the council application. The application site comprises the existing Canberra Central WCs and Coastal Office that are located within the central car park area at the end of Canberra, adjacent to the beach there. The proposals seek to refurbish and extend the buildings. That's just an arrow to show you where the buildings are at the moment, next to the dunes there. The proposal seeks to refurbish and extend the buildings to provide improved facilities at the site for staff, beach users, the RNLI and the general community. As you'll have noticed in the report, it's going to be a small cafe area and a community facility for hire by locals, as well as changing rooms, a store for the RNLI and the coastal office. These are the elevations of the building, which, as you can see, has a small first floor element to it. That's the rear there, and those, and you've got the floor plans there, as I said, with changing rooms, coastal facilities, and the cafe area as well. And that's just the small office areas on the first floor there. The application has been amended following comments from Natural England and the county ecologist. Members will note from the updates that 3 conditions are to be added to any decision to approve, and these were set out by the county ecologist initially. Those include a construction environmental management plan, a biodiversity method statement, and an ecological design strategy. And those 3 conditions are all set out on the update sheets that were sent to you. They're conditions 5, 6 and 7. In addition to those, further comments from Natural England were received yesterday supporting the proposals. They no longer have any objections, but they have requested that in respect of the construction management plan, we also add one of the elements, so I would suggest that that be element I on the list of requirements, that no vibration construction methods are utilised for the construction works on the site. The proposals are considered to meet policy and would provide improved facilities at the site for locals as well as holiday makers and obviously our own Coast Office and the RNLI. The recommendation is for approval subject to conditions, including the 3 additional conditions that I've just highlighted to you and as set out in the committee update. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sarah Shepherd? Councillors. Councillor Tim Groner.
I was looking at the plans and there's this sort of almost like a lookout tower on one end of the building. But I couldn't see why is it there? Because one of the objections was it's got a strange tower. But I thought maybe there's a purpose for it. So you could elaborate.
It's an additional office facility. I'm just trying to look at my plan here to see if I can zoom in to highlight it. Yeah, I mean, it's an office facility, and yes, there are windows there. So yes, potentially you would have views of the beach, and whether the Coast Guards or whatever would be using it, yeah, I mean, it's a design feature on the building, and it provides additional accommodation for all the different, because this is required for various users. It's not just one user, it's a variety of users that they're hoping to accommodate in this building.
Can I propose acceptance?
You may. Seconded by Councillor Groner. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, Councillor Barnes.
I just had a question. We had a constructive response from CAMA. How many of their objections have we met or been able to meet? Page 102, we have a number of specific points raised by CAMA. I just wondered how many of those we've been able to meet in the design.
The design has been amended to take into account comments from objectors, and as I say, also the accounts of the ecologist and Natural England. So whether they're happy with the amendments that have been made, there aren't any further comments on there, but amendments were sought. But it does say that they do welcome the general refurbishment of the building as well.
Yes, there was going to be a terrace that's been removed, wasn't it? Yes, to meet various objections. So there have been changes. Any other wish to speak? In which case, we move to a vote. All those in favour of the approval? And that is unanimous. Thank you all, councillors. That, I think, is the last item on the agenda. The site visit, the date of the next meeting. So the Agenda item 16, to note the date and time for future site inspections, which will be Tuesday the 12th of December at 9:30, departing from the Town Hall here. And, well, I look forward to seeing you all then and to the meeting on the Thursday following the Tuesday. So thank you all, councillors. It's been a long meeting. Thank you for your patience and your help. Thank you.